all gets a lot less funny when you realize.
Wait, what? That's not how many works. That's a fucking... No, demonetized is also another channel, so that's fine. Oh god. It's fine.
That baby-proofing the world to protect these people costs all of us a frankly insane amount of time and money.
Kids are making over $20,000 a day rug pulling meme coins. And in this video, I'm gonna teach you how to rug on Pump Fund.
I'm gonna show you how to create wealth investing in real estate, how to increase your net worth, how to fix your credit score permanently.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's rude. Mm. And it's really rude.
where the bank don't even check your credit score anymore.
It's like,
Okay, basically to join our MLM, just give us $500. You can get started with all these products. We'll give you a business, you're set up, you're ready to start becoming a business owner.
CryptoZoo.co. I am so excited about this project. It's so fun. It's a really fun game that makes you money.
I lost around $50,000 in CryptoZoo.
I lost $40,000.
I lost around $15,000 US dollars.
I lost $25,000. $120,000.
In 2020, a woman from the UK, simply identified as Miss E, was offered an exclusive opportunity to invest in mini bonds offering an incredibly high rate of return backed up by lots of positive reviews online. She went to her bank to transfer £20,000, at which point she was told by bank staff that the investment account that she was trying to send money to was not regulated, that it was likely fraud, that if she continued with this payment, that she was unlikely to get her money back, and that in such case, the bank would not be liable for her lost money. Miss E, proving that she was of sound mind, went ahead with the transfer anyway, and then 6 months later, transferred an additional £10,000 after receiving some initial returns. Sure enough, a month later, she received a letter informing her that her investments had gone into liquidation and that she would no longer be able to withdraw her money. In response to this, she went to her bank demanding that they reimburse her for allowing the transaction to go through in the first place. They, of course, denied her requests, pointing out the several warnings they had offered, but ultimately financial regulators disagreed. The bank was instructed to return all of her money in addition to 8% simple interest from the date it had decided to deny her claim, and the interest she would have received had the cash bank kept in her regular high-interest savings account. Now, I am not exactly about to feel bad for some random bank, but this case and several others like it do highlight the first big problem of who is actually paying the price for all of this. The first reason is the simplest one. In February of this year, a White House Council of Economic Advisors report estimated that CFPB rulemaking has cost consumers somewhere between $237 billion and $369 billion since the agency was created back in 2011. Now, this was not the money that was directly lost to scams. It is instead the costs that get baked directly into the price of every regulated product to make the world more scam-proof in the first place. The same report found compliance costs added $1,100 to $1,700 to every originated mortgage, $91 to $143 to every auto loan, and $80 to $126 to every credit card. The annual paperwork burden alone is over 29 million hours, which is the equivalent of 14,100 full-time employees doing nothing
You're in command.
Awesome! Can we do it again? Feel the chill. You can't escape gravity. Better watch where you step. How? You can't escape gravity. Escape gravity.
Okay, let's see. North and east. I see.
Subject to possible attacks.
Purple slow. Mm. Mm. Oh. Maybe I should instead go like this. Hmm.
Everyone's so incredible.
Okay, so
Your arts have opened my eyes. What a happy day. Yay! Power shot! Power shot! Yay! Yeah!
okay, I can place 2 more. Mhm. Okay. If that's considered success. Right. Alright.
Originium will carve a path for us. Hey, Frosty Bitey!
Consider me a blade at your command. Point me at where you need me, and I will strike.
Data sync complete! I'm ready to go at any time. He who suffers today is not among us. Maximum power, activate! Might of the wind! Fireworks for you! Made possible by Seshkar's latest tech. Still waiting for something? Over here, Endman! Oh, I'm bringing quite a few things.
What is a pretty thing? That makes me uncomfortable. No main attribute. Plus, unfortunately.
Still waiting for something? Over here, Endman! Oh.
I'm just a fish.
Still waiting for something?
I wish I remembered the context. Or knew about the context.
Originium will carve a path for us. The hour of bloodshed is upon us. It's time to
I guess that is just for reaching 100.
Just some local stuff. I didn't go out of my way to prepare them. I just got too much of them.
Got time for a nice dinner, is it? I'm really sorry. You're already broke.
I warned you before.
It's on the
on to your path ahead is.
Orders. The store's overloaded with orders. Got it. This one is a fresh.
What a lovely... Who sent this?
No, I'm curious too.
Okay. Well, I guess next day 21. Tomorrow. Next week.
Store's overloaded with orders. Got it. This one is an anomaly card.
I'm not a good person to kill time with. Got something to say?
If there was an energy transition World Cup, who would be playing in the finals? Well, I asked that question to this man, who is an energy strategist at the energy think tank Ember, but arguably more importantly, has a fantastic name.
Well, in the semi-finals, it's basically China versus California and Sweden versus Chile.
We'll find out who Kingsmill thinks will win in just a moment, but why those finals? Well, California is pushing for net zero by 2045, has rolled out over 25 gigawatts of utility-scale solar and 17 gigawatts of battery storage, and is heavily pushing for electrified transport. Meanwhile, China accounts for 31% of all clean energy investment and is the world's leading manufacturer of solar panels, wind turbines, and batteries, and deploys enormous quantities of all of those technologies in China. But it's the other semi-finalists that you probably know less about. Sweden generates 99% of its electricity from clean sources, the highest percentage of any EU country. And on top of that, it's decarbonising its heavy industry. In fact, at the moment, it's building the world's first large-scale green hydrogen-powered steel plant. And Chile is among the countries with the highest percentage of solar in its energy mix in the world, and it's also pushing for a lot of battery storage. All this competitive. Back to Kingsmill.
In the final, very, very clearly, China versus Sweden.
Here's your delivery.
China's winning. China's going to win this World Cup. The next World Cup, who knows?
If there was an energy transition World Cup, who would be playing in the final? Well, I asked that question to this man, who is an energy strategist at the energy think tank.
Don't get dragged into this. You're stuck here with me. Pretty lively. Exclusive delivery. Please, please. I'll hit you back.
Did I have? All clear. Squad 4 has other tasks to attend to. I'll take my leave.
Time for the profession. I can do it. Come on, let's fight. Can't follow me? You can try harder. Pretty lively here. Noted. All right, take it over. No room for mistakes. Is that it? Shit change. Don't make me cry. Noted. Come on, let's fight. Can't follow me? Easy peasants. You can try hard. It's okay. I can still fight. Plotting your escape? Don't even think about it. Time for the professionals to take over.
if you're looking to get into Zenless, here's what you should do. Install the game and do whatever you want. Howdy, my name's Ojimbo Blade. Now where can I see her design from the front? There's one part that I think is actually really cool. I missed that. Who was in this scene real quick? I do like this thing right here. I'll back up a little bit. Hopefully it's more in focus. It's not. Okay. This right here, I do like the how this band is going around, and then the white space in her other leg is showing like the same pattern. I do like this design a bit. I just wish this dress went down like a little bit further here. That's a personal take. What are Zhao and Cecilia doing? Did Zhao just kill Cecilia? That's crazy. What?
Death and desire. That is me.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Left me speechless. So that was from the purple chest, right? Yeah. Neat.
Hello, I'm Edgar, here to apply for the Anomaly Hunter position.
What is this? What are you doing? Cecilia, calm down. So yeah, it's weird because 3.1 is like the conclusion to whatever arc they've been building up since 2.6-ish. So it'll be weird to see how things go on from here. But first, a word from our sponsors. They say hi. If you would like to support this channel, subscribe and whatnot. If you want to become a sponsor, check the description below. Back to the video. what else to talk about? Obviously, there's story stuff. I'm not gonna go too much into the story stuff. Because I mean, we could speculate about stuff, but we're gonna be told in like a couple weeks. Like, we can just wait. I think she looks pretty. Again, I think I don't like whatever this is in Claret's hair. Like, there's too much red. I think it's a bit odd. It's a bit distracting. I will say this, I think this is the most generous they've been in terms of their rewards they're giving out to players. But it also kind of makes sense because all of these characters are kind of like, in terms of end game relevance, all of these characters are kind of, I think Zenless is at the point where they've released so many characters that they can just kind of give away half the cast for free and nothing will really change. Because like the players who are already playing endgame are already like pulling the best of the best characters anyway. So like, yeah, sure, just give Juyen away for free. Why not? The players who want Juyen are not like the endgame runners. They're the Juyen mains, or like the casual players who just want to mess around with her in a couple modes. I was gonna say, there's our whatever thing our teacher was in last time. It wasn't specifically clear, but like Remiel had a conversation with this amorphous blob thingy, whatever this is, that sounded a lot like Carol Arna for some reason. So also this looks like the guy that we killed or something. Why is he here? I don't know. We'll find out stuff. I don't know why we're dancing on the rooftop like this. Why is he here?
That's unexpected. Damage acceptable.
I hate to be the one to tell you this, but there are too many cars in your city. It doesn't matter where you live. There is space near you that could be used for pedestrian areas, public transit, bicycle lanes, parks, or new housing projects. But instead, it's being used to move or store cars, which is why every city everywhere needs a document like this. This is Agenda Amsterdam Autoloop, a 90-page document describing how and why Amsterdam will remove cars, with a goal of becoming a more accessible and livable city. This document was published in October 2019, the same month I published my first video essay on Notch's bikes. I read this document as soon as it was released, and in many ways it helped set the tone and direction for this YouTube channel. Here was a document that clearly illustrated all of the good urban planning fundamentals I had been learning about, and all of the challenges of building a livable city, with blunt declarations of what they were actually going to do about it. I referenced this document at the end of my fourth video.
There are a lot of
Then I'll give you my dessert too. Strawberry cake! You're so sweet. Wanna try iced Americano? Absolutely not.
New arrivals at Moby Dick. New books in the discount section at Moby Dick. New books in the discount section at Moby Dick. New arrivals at Moby Dick.
very interesting elements to this plan, but I'll talk about that in more detail in a future video.
So yeah, I do what I say I'm gonna do, even if it takes me 7 years to do it. Of course, the real reason why I waited this long was because plans are cheap, and I wanted to see if any of this actually happened. In my videos, I generally avoid talking about plans that a city has for the future. I may briefly mention a plan at the end to acknowledge its existence, but the overwhelming emphasis in all of my videos is what the experience is like today, not what it might maybe become sometime in the future. And the reason for this is simple. I was involved in advocacy for many, many years before starting this YouTube channel, and I've been burned way too many times in the past. I used to refer to Toronto as only plans because they were always publishing grandiose plans for urbanization and public transit, but almost none of it actually got built. So now that this Amsterdam document has been published for a while, did the city actually follow through on any of these amazing proposals? Well, yeah, they actually built a lot of what they said they would. So let's talk about Amsterdam Autolu, why it's needed, what actually got built, and what other cities might learn from this plan to make Amsterdam a better place to live. Okay, so before we get started, what does Autolu even mean? Well, auto obviously means car, and as for lu, it literally means sheltered from the wind. This is a Dutch urban planning term that doesn't really have a good English translation. Now, okay, before you start typing, every time I mention this, I get literally hundreds of comments from Dutch people with incredibly awkward translations for Autolu. Trust me, all of these are terrible. English does have the term lee as in leeward, which means the same thing as the Dutch lu, but trust me, no native English speaker wants to talk about car-lee streets. Some English speakers translate Autolu as low car or car light, which are closer, but I don't think they quite get the point across. And translation apps are useless because they usually just translate it to car free, which is definitely wrong.
gaze is the child of love. I like the way you look at me.
Hey, the wind's picking up.
This pain.
When the train stops but the station name is not announced, do not get off. The sudden disappearance of non-accompanying passengers is a normal phenomenon on this train. Do not panic. If an open door appears in a car during the journey, do not go through the door. Keep a distance from it and avoid looking beyond the door.
Come on, let's fight!
If the train suddenly stops during the journey and an emergency button appears near you, do not touch it. This train has no emergency button. In
Pretty
case of
lively here.
emergency, please wait
Noted.
patiently in a safe area. If necessary, use only esper abilities that will not harm other passengers. If you accidentally get off at the wrong station, for your I can do safety, this. do not get back onto the train. Please exit the station and re-enter to board again. If the station you get off at does not match the station in your knowledge, do not exit. Take out your train ticket and keep reciting the text.
Stick to the plan.
Кого хатарсить? That's really cute.
So I personally use the translation proposed by David Hembrow in this 2013 blog post. Autolu translates to nearly car-free. This is slightly awkward, but it immediately gets the point across to native English speakers. Places that are Autolu are not completely free of cars, but there are so few cars that, in practice, they are nearly car-free. Amsterdam is trying to make its existing streets Autolu, but if you want to see what it looks like when a town is designed to be Autolu from the start, I made a video about the town of Houten, and I'll leave a link to that video in the description. But you might be asking, if this plan is ultimately about making Amsterdam more livable and accessible, why is it so focused on removing cars? Well, the title of the document provides a hint here. Amsterdam makes room, or makes space is maybe a better translation. And this makes sense because it doesn't matter if those cars are driving, parked, autonomous, or flying. At the end of the day, cars take up significantly more space than any other form of transportation. Urban planners refer to this as the geometry problem because it's so fundamental, and
А вы знали, что борщевик, который сегодня жжет детей на каждом пустыре, когда-то был официальной надеждой советского сельского хозяйства? Речь о борщевике Сосновского. Кстати, в Польше его называют «местью Сталина». После войны страна восстанавливала животноводство, и ученые искали дешевый корм, дающий много зеленой массы. Гигантский кавказский борщевик подошел идеально. За один сезон вырастает до 4 метров. Он отлично силосируется и растет даже в Заполярье. Его описали в 1944 году, а с конца 40-х начали внедрять по всей стране. В 1962 году сам Хрущев прочитал статью о борщевике под названием «Северное чудо». После этого он написал ученым в Сыктывкар, чтобы те прислали семена для Подмосковья. Правда, проблемы с этим кормом вылезли почти сразу. Молоко у коров горчило, а рабочие получали жуткие ожоги. В соке борщевика есть вещества, которые под солнцем сжигают кожу до волдырей. Причем в момент контакта человек ничего не чувствует, а ожог проявляется только через сутки. Ученые попытались вывести безопасный сорт, но не вышло. Ядовитость оказалась встроенным признаком. Убрать ее нельзя. К 80-м от борщевика тихо отказались, но плана, что делать с плантациями, не было. 90-е поля забросили, и борщевик, у которого в наших краях нет естественных врагов, пошел захватывать все подряд. Одно растение дает десятки тысяч семян, так что распространяется он быстро. Кстати, нашел архивное видео, где в 96 году телевизионная программа «Книга рекордов Харькова» хвастается 3,5-метровым борщевиком. Короче, решать проблему борщевика начали слишком поздно. Из реестра культур борщевик вообще убрали только в 2012 году, а всерьез штрафовать хозяев заросших участков начали совсем недавно. Сегодня борщевиком заражено, по разным оценкам, от 300 тысяч до миллиона гектаров, а расходы на борьбу выросли почти до 4 миллиардов рублей. Причем, если бы государство сразу же отреагировало, как только появились первые намеки на то, что борщевик тут захватывает огромные территории, вероятно, проблему удалось бы избежать. Но теперь ученые прогнозируют, что к 2060-му почти вся европейская Россия, кроме севера, окажется под риском распространения борщевика. Как-то так. А вы знали, что борщевик, который сегодня
Этой осенью у нас намечается выбор в Госдуму, так что сегодня поговорим о том, почему на них обязательно стоит сходить, и почему голосование реально имеет смысл, даже если кажется, что все же давно решено. Сейчас много слов о том, что все нарисуют, все куплено, и нет смысла даже пытаться. Считаю весь этот нарратив вредным, так что сейчас будем с ним разбираться. Ну и чтобы 2 раза не вставать, обсудим еще и стратегии голосования, и за кого лучше вкинуть, чтобы голос не улетел куда не надо. А для тех, кто уверен, что и так пойдет голосовать, вот тайм-код. Я думаю, для вас не будет секретом, если скажу, с какими проблемами ежедневно сталкивается подавляющее большинство россиян. Это бесконечный рост инфляции, блокировки всего и вся, запреты, отключение интернета, а с недавних пор еще и модифицированные комары со взрывчаткой, которые долетают прямо до Москвы. Называется это все вообще-то бытовым унижением во имя ничего, и перечислять его проявления можно вечно. В стране настолько все цветет и пахнет, что на 5-й год сами знаете чего, целые субъекты уже год сидят в тотальной блокаде мобильного интернета. Черное море скоро буквально станет черным, и не то что в Туапсе, в Москве не так давно горело небо и падали нефтяные дожди. Причем многие из этих проблем, как оказалось, имели накопительный эффект. Можно, конечно, некоторое время не замечать отдельные хлопки где-то в Воронеже и всякие другие роды неприятностей, но это все до момента, пока в городах федерального значения не закончится бензин. Интернет не начнет работать по талонам, а еда в магазине не начнет стоить как золото. Поэтому замечать, что что-то в стране идет не так, стали уже не только треклятые либералы. Вспоминать о том, что такие не ремесло, уже даже как-то и неловко. А что там у нас с опросами, кстати? А вот очень даже весело и интересно. Но перед этим сделаем небольшую поправку на стартах. А именно, откуда берется ощущение, что все вокруг за, если недовольство растет. Тут надо объяснить один социологический феномен. Называется он спираль молчания. Особенно его видно на примере авторитарных стран, где человек часто не высказывает свое настоящее мнение просто потому, что чисто психологически боится оказаться в меньшинстве. И ему кажется, что все вокруг думают иначе, и если он откроет рот, то сразу получит по шапке. Будь то просто презрение со стороны общества или реальная дубинка со стороны государства. В итоге люди молчат, смотрят друг на друга, думают, что все вокруг согласны, и спираль закручивается еще сильнее. Но если эту спираль чуть-чуть расковырять, то реальность оказывается совсем другой. Даже несмотря на то, что люди у нас боятся отвечать социологам честно, с февраля месяца мы видим тенденцию. Потихоньку, но стабильно падают рейтинги одобрения президента, правительства и уж тем более Единой России. Существует более-менее объективный в силу формулировки опрос «Общественное мнение», в котором впервые за долгое время тревожное состояние окружающих респондентов стало преобладать над спокойным. А результаты опросов ЦИОМа показывали, видимо, настолько хорошую картину, что пришлось аж методику на ходу менять. Если раньше опрос проводили исключительно по телефону, то теперь так отвечает только половина респондентов. Остальную же половину они берут из маршрутной выборки, где крамольные вопросы у людей спрашивают прямо в лицо. Но спешу огорчить, даже смена методики не особо помогла. После 2-недельного роста рейтингов они снова пошли на спад. И все это несмотря на то, что в авторитарных странах социология работает по-другому и отражает скорее общие тренды, а не конкретное мнение общества по тому или иному вопросу. Нарастающее недовольство в обществе отсутствие видно невооруженным глазом. Но несмотря на то, что вроде всем и так все понятно, оказывается, что мысль сходить на участок и проявить свое недовольство в бюллетене не всем очевидна. Некоторое время назад на глаза попадались телеграм-опросы из политических и нет-пабликов. И почти везде вариант «не буду голосовать» набирал 15-30%. И это не очень критично, конечно, но представьте, если хотя бы половина из этих 8-13% все же сходит на выборы и проголосует за каких-нибудь коммунистов или новолюдов. Вместе с этим иноагент Левада-центр выпустил итоги опросов за июнь, по которым у тех, кто не стал бы голосовать, достигает 20% от опрошенных. И куда такое годится? Поэтому снова спешу обрадовать. Накопившееся недовольство можно безопасно выразить на выборах и не получить по шапке. Мало того, что безопасно, так еще может быть из этого что-нибудь-то получится, если постараться, конечно. Если ты владелец малого бизнеса и тебя бесит, что запретили вывески на иностранном языке, или ты студент и тебя беспокоит наличие высокой стоимости образования и отсутствие бюджетных мест, то есть опция проголосовать против. Возможно, кому-то кажется, что выборы в парламент не имеют большого значения, мол, не президента же выбираем, какая разница, но как бы не так. Именно в Госдуме появляются и принимаются все крышесносные законопроекты. Не президент их, если что, ночами выдумывает, за него эту грязную работу депутаты выполняют, а он только подписывает. За законопроекты эти голосуют, кстати, преимущественно депутаты от «Единой России». России, который сейчас конституционное большинство имеет. Так что значение законодательного органа преуменьшать точно не стоит. Но тут опять начинаются разговоры, что, мол, это ни на что не повлияет, все нарисуют и бла-бла-бла. Так-то оно да, но нет. Считать честнее, конечно, не стали, но это еще не говорит о том, что нам судьбой предначертано вечно страдать. Поэтому поговорим о фальсификациях и о том, можно ли их вообще контрить. Есть популярное мнение, что фальсификации могут быть абсолютно безграничными. Мол, сидит чиновник и может легким движением руки нарисовать хоть 99, хоть 146%. Но технически это не так. Потому что массовые фальсификации – это штука сложная, бюрократизированная и недешевая. Чтобы массово сфальсифицировать результаты в масштабах огромной страны, недостаточно просто взять ручку и написать нужные красивые цифры в итоговом протоколе на коленке. Для этого нужно задействовать огромную административную машину. Членов комиссии, руководителей учреждений, местных чиновников, директоров школ и так далее. Поэтому обычно используют не только фальсификации, но и явкой активно манипулируют. Бюджетников и сотрудников госпредприятий насильно заставляют голосовать, потому что они являются зависимым электоратом, который обычно голосует как надо. Остальным избирателям продают мысль, что от них, мол, ничего не зависит, выборы — это цирк, так что не приходите. В итоге бюджетников на участке приходит больше, и они переголосовывают тех, кто имеет оппозиционно настроенные взгляды. Даже выбрасывать не обязательно. Существует еще, кстати, интересная классификация. Это фальсификация превосходства и фальсификация для выживания. Фальсификация превосходства используют скорее для солидности, когда общество в большинстве своем согласно с происходящим. Для него нет разницы, лежит ли за кандидата в урне реальных 55% или нарисованных 70%. С формальной точки зрения это одно и то же, и легитимность не угрожает. Другое дело – фальсификация для выживания. В этом случае рисуют не для красивых цифр, а для того, чтобы удержать должность. Тут уже начинается ходьба по тонкому краю, когда у тебя в урне за партию лежит от силы 15%, а в итогах ты накопал все 30%, у избирателей начинают возникать вопросики, а на каком основании ты на месте начальства вообще сидишь. К фальсификациям для выживания граждане терпимо намного меньше и могут даже на протесты решиться, как это было в 2011-2012 году. Тогда тоже решили за партию власти накидать вопреки мнению граждан. А вот только потом это привело к крупнейшим протестам за всю историю Новой России. И хотя тогда многотысячные протесты так ни к чему не привели, в этот раз мы все равно должны попробовать. Глядишь, что-то да получится. В общем, хочу сказать, что фальсификации непреодолимы, и явка протестного электората, то есть нас реально имеет смысл. Да, результат тут никто гарантировать не может, но у нас есть неиллюзорная возможность на что-то повлиять, так что почему бы и нет. Теперь перейдем, пожалуй, к стратегиям голосования и начнем с голосования по партийным спискам. Сейчас в медийном пространстве есть два плюс-минус смысленных предложения. Это голосовать за партию Яблоко или голосовать за любую системную партию, которая точно пройдет 5% барьер. Стратегию бойкота я, разумеется, рассматривать не буду. Сразу скажу, что я придерживаюсь позиции голосовать за любую партию, которая точно пройдет 5% барьер. Голосование за Яблоко и даже партию пенсионеров, которые этот барьер, скорее всего, не пройдут, ошибочным. Очень постараюсь не превратить позицию яблочника в соломенное чучело, но, как мне кажется, сторонники Яблока агитируют голосовать за него, скорее исходя из моральной позиции. Потому что таким образом можно твердо проявить несогласие со всем происходящим. И в целом так и есть. Яблоко выступает за мир против блокировок и является сейчас единственной федеральной по-настоящему оппозиционной партией, неподконтрольной АП. Голосование за системные партии для них too much, потому что все они разные стороны одной единой России, хотя это сильное упрощение. Также они уверены, что Яблоко может пройти в парламент, если вся оппозиция будет агитировать голосовать за эту партию. А если Яблоко в парламент все же пройдет, то станет трибуной для оппозиционно настроенных сил, которым надоело все происходящее и они хотят перемен. Сторонники второй стратегии считают, что Яблоко барьер не пройдет, а все голоса уйдут парламентским партиям, в том числе и Единой России. И чтобы этого не случилось, нужно метить не в трибуну для оппозиционных сил, а сразу забирать у Единой России конституционное большинство, благодаря которому все нынешние прекрасные законы и принимаются. А сделать это можно только голосуя за партии, которые точно пройдут барьер, иначе голоса будут распыляться и забрать большинство не получится. Но перед тем, как я разберу, почему голосовать за Яблоко все же не нужно, отдам этой стратегии голосование должное. Я считаю, что у этой стратегии очень сильным является мобилизующий элемент, а именно агитация за конкретную программу, которая у Яблока довольно неплохая и в теории может объединить много людей, как левых, так и правых, в отличие от других партий, которые, если честно, выглядят скорее пустыми и не самыми привлекательными. КПРФ вон хочет опять социализм строить, ЛДПР за все хорошее против всего плохого, но в жесткой националистической обертке, а новые люди в целом тоже за все хорошее против всего плохого, выбор в общем невелик. Хотя, возможно, так, конечно, только для меня, а средний избиратель такой хавать будет. Так что переходим к сути. Первая проблема, с которой мы сталкиваемся, это то, что яблоко, скорее всего, не пройдет 5% барьер. Во-первых, потому что в глазах среднего избирателя яблоко выглядит скорее маргинальным. Его членов активно подвергают репрессиям, отправляют в СИЗО, признают иноагентами и дальше по списку. Хоть я и упоминала, что яблоко хорошая и в какой-то степени объединяющая программа, по нынешним меркам она радикальная. Мало кто в нынешней России открыто выступает за мир и действительно оппонирует нынешней власти, за что им, конечно, респект. Но все это делает имидж яблока слабым и не очень-то способствует тому, чтобы за него массово голосовали. И самое главное, что ничего тут уже не попишешь, вины руководства партии в этом нет. Во-вторых, яблоко, если честно, не самая эффективная структура, если посмотреть на их финансовые отчеты. Долго мусолить я это не буду, потому что сама не очень разбираюсь. Но если окинуть взглядом траты на содержание отделений и траты на избирательные кампании, то картина удручающая. Даже несмотря на то, что финансирование яблока всего чуть больше 200 миллионов, а для федеральной партии с отделениями по всей стране это не так много, с этим точно можно работать. На содержание отделений яблоко тратит 70 миллионов, тогда как на выборы всего 20. Можно посмотреть на новолюдов, которые имеют в 5 раз больше денег, но на отделение тратят всего чуть меньше 40 миллионов и больше вкладывают именно в выборы. Но я это все к тому, что яблоко само на самом деле не очень-то хочет бороться за власть и участвовать в выборах. И это довольно абсурдно, потому что суть партии именно борьба за власть. В противном случае это не партия, а общественное движение. Яблоко ведет политику этакого надсхваточника, который всегда против. Оно не вступает в коалиции и не занимается активно выборами. В 2024 году Яблоко вообще довольно смешные мовы выдавало. Помимо того, что от партии не был выдвинут вообще никакой кандидат, так и сам Явлинский, скажем так, удивил. Он выставил требование, чтобы за него собрали 10 миллионов подписей, и только тогда он пойдет кандидатом на выборы. Сделано, наверное, это было специально, чтобы показать, что российскому обществу перемены не нужны, и можно даже не пытаться что-то делать. Потому что даже за Путина, отца всех времен и народов, 2,5 миллиона собрали. Кстати, об этой цифре. Явлинский несколько раз заявлял, что из этих 10 миллионов подписей он тоже собрал 2,5 миллиона. Тут возникает закономерный вопрос, а как так получилось? Потому что доказательств этому мы не видели вообще ни разу. За Надеждина, который среди этой битвы гигантов всего-то 200 тысяч собрал, очереди по всей стране стояли, и все это видели. Но это ладно, лирическое отступление, возвращаемся обратно. Но если честно, я все же считаю, что Яблоко есть шанс пройти в Думу, особенно если будет вестись хорошая кампания по агитации за Яблоко среди ломов. Ибо в политике возможно все, что возможно физически, так что шанс точно больше нуля. Поэтому я выступаю против голосования за условное Яблоко не потому, что оно не пройдет, а потому что фракция Яблочника в парламенте не будет иметь никакого смысла, пока у Единой России нет конституционного большинства в парламенте. Ну вот пройдет 15 Яблочников в Госдуму, и что дальше? Ну получится и может даже какой-нибудь авторитет за счет депутатского кресла и будут говорить довольно правильные вещи. Но что это вообще даст? Все бразды правления остаются у Единой России. И в целом фракция Яблочников неоправданно большое удовольствие. Мы потратим ему силу времени ради того, что, скорее всего, не имеет смысла. Да и в целом мы должны отдавать себе отчет в том, что в сторону Яблока фальсификация будет намного больше, чем в сторону условных коммунистов и новолюдов. Потому что они намного опаснее системной оппозиции. На договорничок с Яблоком шансов сильно меньше. В итоге ресурсов потратим over много, а получим примерно ничего. Так что проблема изначально в том, какие цели мы себе ставим. Ограничимся ли мы либеральной трибуной в Госдуме, или пойдем сразу отбирать выбирая главный рычаг давления – конституционное большинство. Тут сначала я хотелось бы рассказать, как это вообще работает, так что сейчас этим и займемся. Итак, в нашей Думе сидит 450 депутатов. Этот орган законодательный, он создает и принимает законы, и по мелочи принимает несколько кандидатур на должности. Чтобы принять обычный закон, нужно, чтобы за него проголосовало большинство депутатов – 226 голосов. За федеральные конституционные законы нужно минимум 300 голосов. У Единой России сейчас 324 места из 450. То есть понимаете, к чему я клоню? Для того, чтобы принять вообще любой закон, достаточно голосов только от одной партии. В этом и заключается смысл понятия конституционное большинство. Обладая этим волшебным инструментом, можно вообще омратить все, что душе угодно. Хочешь конституцию перепиши, хочешь цензуру введи, хочешь создай статус иноагента. И разбрасывайся им как хочешь. И плевать всем, сколько статей конституции этот статус нарушает. Это очень сильно отличается от простого большинства. Давайте смоделируем ситуацию, где у Единой России, например, 225 мест, у КПРФ 100, у новолюдов 60, а у ДПР 65 мест. Следите за руками. Я напомню, что для принятия обычного закона необходимо 226 голосов. А значит, голосов одной Единой России для принятия даже простого закона уже недостаточно. Следовательно, возникает огромная необходимость в коалициях и договорничках между партиями. Но тут возникает вопрос, а на каком основании мы говорим, что даже после потери конституционного большинства Единая Россия не продолжит командовать системной оппозицией в парламенте дальше. Вообще-то, именно эти партии голосовали за все самые омерзительные законы. Почему мы делаем вывод, что они не продолжат вести такую политику дальше? А вот тут надо сказать, что это работает немного сложнее, чем может казаться. Придется сейчас обратиться к концепции так называемого реалполитик. Если не вдаваться в подробности, то системные партии прислуживают администрации президента не потому, что они всей душой и сердцем любят вождя, а потому, что для них это выгодно. Им выгодно получать деньги из государственного бюджета, а получать по шапке за критику невыгодно. У системных партий есть свои интересы, и пока нет альтернативного, более выгодного варианта, они продолжат служить системе. Пока у Единой России есть конституционное большинство, им невыгодно возникать против линии партии. Потому что, во-первых, это ни на что не повлияет, а во-вторых, может подвергнуть их опасности за несогласие. Стоит сразу сказать, что сейчас мы входим в пространство гипотез, домыслов и гадания на кофейной гуще, потому что точного сценария никто спрогнозировать не сможет. Если Единая Россия теряет конституционное большинство, то тут у системных партий появляется альтернатива – вступить в коалицию с Единой Россией или объединиться с другими системными партиями против ядра. Теперь, когда монополия одной партии растворилась в небытии, единороссы будут вынуждены обивать пороги других партий и торговаться с ними. Предметом торга может стать кресло глав важных комитетов, должности губернаторов и так далее. Только требования поддержки теперь будут направлены не только в сторону системной оппозиции, но и в сторону Единой России. Теперь ее депутаты вынуждены будут пропускать законопроекты, выгодные еще и партиям системной оппозиции. И это все вариант, при котором системная оппозиция все-таки вступает в коалицию с нынешней партией власти. Но есть и не менее возможный вариант. Системные партии объединяются против Единой России. Для этого есть несколько причин. Правила игры, при которых системная оппозиция может большинством задавить Единую Россию, звучат намного привлекательней. Теперь им придется торговаться не с партией власти, которая не очень-то хочет делиться ключевыми рычагами управления должностями, а договариваться между собой. Так они смогут, во-первых, повысить рейтинг среди избирателей, отказавшись от сотрудничества с ядром. Во-вторых, смогут самостоятельно назначать председателя Госдумы, забрать и распределить между собой важные комитеты и тем более контролировать законодательную повестку страны. Они еще могут получить контроль над распоряжением бюджетных денег и вернуть иммунитет перед силовым блоком. Я предполагаю, что в реальности мы будем наблюдать что-то среднее между этими двумя вариантами, так что можно сказать, что в стране начнется настоящий парламентаризм, и у нас появится возможность действовать. У а-ля несистемной оппозиции, в свою очередь, появится возможность переговоров. Можно будет договориться, например, чтобы отпустили политзаключенных или дали свободу слова. Еще есть сильно менее оптимистичный сценарий, по которому Единая Россия хоть и не берет конституционное большинство, но набирает достаточно голосов, чтобы в одиночку принимать обычные законы, для которых нужно 226 голосов. Несмотря на то, что политический вес системной оппозиции тут довольно сильно снижается, это все еще лучше, чем яблочная трибуна в парламенте. Теперь Единая Россия больше не сможет вертеть правила игры на свой лад, потому что для федеральных конституционных законов необходимо уже 300 голосов. К этим законам, если что, относятся не только вопросы войны и мира и переписывания Конституции. Сюда также входит перераспределение полномочий между министрами, перестройка судебной вертикали и подобное, что случается почаще. И даже в этом случае мы снова приходим к тому, что Единой России придется договариваться с системной оппозицией, которая еще как может и в позу встать, если предлагаемые новые правила игры им покажутся невыгодными. Повторюсь, что система потеряет монолитность, и у нас снова появится возможность действовать. А если кто-то думает, что системной оппозиции очень нравится все, что сейчас происходит, то тоже обрадую, это не так. Сейчас их все больше обделяют финансово и политически. Посты региональных глав отбирают, на местных активистов нападают, а местами и в неплохих комитетах обделяют. И достается, кстати, не всегда только местным активистам, иногда могут на кого-то крупного прыгнуть. Несмотря на все ограничения, даже сейчас достаточно примеров, чтобы сказать, что системные партии не всегда являются карманными болванчиками и могут даже огрызнуться. Хотя в настоящее время от них мало что зависит. Новолюды не так давно активно против блокировок выступали, а КПРФ против упразднений двухуровневой системы местного самоуправления голосовала. И в целом я хотела бы подвести к тому, что в таком случае мы должны дать шанс системной оппозиции. Да, она трусливая и жадная до денег, но точно не лишена рационального. Мы уже поминали тут добрым словом прекрасный 2011 год, но не откажем себе в удовольствии повторить. Как вы помните, тогда прошли выборы в Госдуму, которые сопровождались огромными протестами из-за фальсификаций. Тогда тоже решили забрать стратегию голосовать за любую партию, кроме Единой России. И знаете, вообще-то какие-никакие успехи, но были. Единая Россия потеряла конституционное большинство, и там как раз начали происходить некоторые из вышеперечисленных событий. Депутаты устраивали демарши, выходили из зала заседаний, поддерживали протестующих и закидывали Думу тысячами поправок, чтобы парализовать ее работу. И торги между партиями тоже были. Так называемое пакетное соглашение, по которому системная оппозиция тогда отошла половина комитета в Госдуме. На самом деле тому, что тогда происходило, можно целые книги посвящать. Так что как бы мне не хотелось на этом остановиться, сразу перейдем к тому, а почему не получилось. Тут, наверное, кроется главная проблема этой стратегии. К сожалению, лидеры системных партий тогда оказались не готовы к реальной борьбе за власть. Тогда «Единая Россия» не получила конституционное большинство, но набрала 238 мест, что достаточно для принятия обычных законов. Но в момент массовых протестов это было явно недостаточно. У системной оппозиции тогда встал выбор. Объединиться и отказаться от мандатов, чтобы сделать созыв юридически нелегитимным, или вступить в договорничок с властью и получить некоторый бенефит с этого. И ведь альтернатива сдать мандаты действительно обсуждалась. «Единая Россия» набрала меньше 300 мест, и юридически для работы парламента этого было недостаточно, потребовалось бы проводить повторные выборы. Но уже честные, иначе конституционный кризис. Но, к сожалению, от этого отказались, и случилось то, что случилось. Другой вопрос, а на каком основании мы можем доверить системной оппозиции сейчас? Чтобы пояснить, скажу, что мы снова ходим по тонкому краю гадания на кофейной гуще, и это тоже стоит иметь в виду. Политический контекст 2011 года сильно поменялся. Денег в стране стало меньше, закармливать лояльную оппозицию теперь почти нечем. Электорат с тех пор, особенно в последнее время, тоже стал радикальнее к властям. То самое унижение во имя ничего сильно надоедает. Еще пропал щит, благодаря которому членов партии не трогали в обмен на лояльность. Теперь в случае чего придут за всеми. В общем, я веду к тому, что сейчас системной оппозиции выгоднее от сотрудничества отказаться, так что надежда и вера в системщиков не на пустом оптимизме стоит. Кратенько поговорим о стратегии по одномандатным округам. Здесь, как мне кажется, все просто. Голосуем за наиболее сильного кандидата, который имеет шанс победить единоросса. Сделать так лучше потому, чтобы не распылять голоса. Причем не обязательно проявлять тут сильную идейность. Даже если самый сильный кандидат не совсем наших взглядов, мы закрываем на это глаза и все равно за него голосуем. И напоследок пробежимся по кейсу Чили. События тогда происходили в 1988 году, когда местный диктатор Аугусто Пиночет решил устроить плебисцит, чтобы легитимизировать свое правление на следующие 8 лет. На бюллетене был вопрос, хотите ли вы, чтобы Пиночет правил еще 8 лет, и два кандидата. Кандидат от партии «нет» и кандидат от партии «да». На стороне Пиночета были все деньги страны, телеканалы и административный ресурс. У партии «нет» были только жалкие 15 минут эфирного времени, которые проходили ночью. Тогда среди оппозиции случился раскол, бойкот или участие. Сторонники бойкота исходили из идейных позиций и уверяли, что все нарисуют, что это легитимация режима и все такое, и давайте вообще ничего не делать. Сторонники участия говорили, что шанс равен нулю, только если мы не попытаемся. И кто бы мог подумать, но чилийская оппозиция объединилась и создала коалицию «нет». И итоги были такими, что партия «нет» победила, и Пиночету пришлось уйти. Я думаю, мораль всей басни вы поймете сами. И перед тем, как мы закончим, проговорим. Во-первых, 20 сентября мы обязательно приходим на участок и голосуем. А во-вторых, голосуем мы не исходя из идейных позиций, а за наиболее реалистичный и практичный сценарий.
This video is brought to you by Incogni. Stick around to hear more about the special offer they're providing to the entire upper echelon community. Okay, I want to begin with an explanation of the video itself. Here goes. I believe that there's about to be an oil crisis. A very bad one, in fact. Not a pleasant topic, any of it. However, I did find it to be extremely instructive, certainly when it comes to how unexpectedly fragile this modern life that we all live has become. And although it may seem uselessly depressive, I strongly believe that being aware of a possible issue, even when that issue never materializes, is an infinitely better position when compared to the prospect of facing material crises that you didn't see coming in the first place. One is just a passing nuisance, wasted time at worst, but the other is a tangible danger, and today I want to take some time, lay out the facts, and connect a series of dots, painting the picture of potential impending economic time bombs positioned across gas prices, economic activity, and the unsteady scaffolding of a modern consumer-driven lifestyle. Keep something in mind going forward. Any specific number given throughout this entire video is highly, highly imperfect. These industries work on estimates, and for a multitude of factors that I'll get into later on, such as geological salt formations, the numbers that we're forced to be working with right now are extremely loose. That being said, any figures cited within have been sourced from the latest available data as of initial publication, so here we go. In 2024, the top 5 oil exporting nations by volume in order were Saudi Arabia, Russia, the United States, and the United Arab Emirates. Canada. These 5 countries collectively, and the United Arab Emirates. Canada. These 5 countries collectively represent a substantial amount. Canada. The top 5 oil exporting nations by volume in order were Saudi Arabia, Russia, the United States, and the United Arab Emirates. Canada. These 5 countries collectively represent a substantial amount of the entire global oil market, but they're also very closely connected to each other. Canada, for instance, exports practically its entire supply of crude oil historically directly to the United States of America, weaving together those parts of their relative economies. But even when accounting for those nuances, the picture does not get any better. What we need is a shared foundation, a mutual understanding of how things operate currently, and the very best way to go about doing that is to start from the beginning. Back in December of 1975, United States President Gerald Ford signed a new Energy Policy Conservation Act establishing the creation of a 1 billion barrel strategic petroleum reserve, also referred to as the SPR. This reserve is actually quite fascinating, and the Department of Energy currently, I do not expect that this level of transparency will continue for very long. I would expect that this data will be rapidly withheld for national security reasons should the reckless trend continue. But regardless, currently, the Department of Energy provides a fairly detailed audit report of what the SPR contains. The interesting part, as a convenient segue into our next breadcrumb in the trail, the interesting part is what these caverns physically are. See, there's not a whole lot of places anywhere on Earth where you can effectively store 1 billion barrels of anything, let alone oil. And the eventual solution to this problem was the creation of large, man-made underground salt caverns off the Gulf Coast, all around Texas and Louisiana. These salt caverns, 62 of them, I believe, right now, which were created by pumping water into the underground salt pockets, thereby creating a mixture called brine, subsequently hollowing out a sort of massive reservoir. These salt caverns are chemically conducive when it comes to storing the oil, fortunately. They also come with a unique set of risks, and one of those risks, the other one comes much later, actually there's 3 now that I think about it, is that they were never intended to be used frequently. There's a phenomenon called salt creep, where if the contents of the reservoir get drained and refilled slowly over and over, or if they sit untouched, only partially filled for extended periods of time, if that happens, the structural integrity of the dome itself begins degrading. Sadly, despite possible consequences, that is exactly what the United States has been doing. Not only are there frequent releases from the SPR, often for blatantly political reasons like favorability ratings or gas prices during election cycles, there's even a system where they can buy and sell directly from the reserve bit by bit, which is the precise opposite of how the system was intended to function when it was made. Consequences be damned, the process of drawing down these stockpiles, often for extremely unnecessary reasons, has happened dozens and dozens of times, as far back as the 1980s. However, the potential damage that's been caused to these underground reservoirs is, sadly, only just the beginning. Quick tangent, data tracking is now an effective omnipresent norm online. Practically everything you ever do is tracked. Companies keep and sell your information for their own express benefit, which has almost no conceivable upside. As we can see here, ever since the program itself was created, there are many separate instances where drawdowns occurred. It peaked at roughly 700 million barrels in capacity, but since then, according to a monthly graph, it's come down to about 400 million. The bulk of this was released under President Joe Biden in the aftermath of the COVID pandemic, but the issue that we're about to be facing is entirely bipartisan. The next thing we need to understand about the SPR is that it contains 2 distinctly different types of oil. There's heavy and light, as well as sweet and then sour. An extreme macro perspective overview is that sweet oil gets used for things like gasoline or jet fuel, and sour oil, which contains much more sulfur, is often used to create diesel fuel. These separate types of oil are strictly differentiated in the strategic reserve, hovering at a roughly 2-to-1 ratio sour to sweet, where sour oil is much more preferable to the United States of America. And once again, we have to go on a bit of a tangent to explain precisely why that is. Something that many people often believe on a very, very surface level, and I myself previously thought this, is that oil is all the same. Refining it is a similarly ubiquitous process, and that if the United States is the world-leading country by far right now when it comes to oil production, therefore the individual needs of the country itself should therefore be met rather easily. This is an incorrect assumption because the United States, through a process called fracking, primarily produces, right now, sweet oil, while the refinery apparatus, heavily concentrated on the Gulf Coast, is set up to process sour oil. They certainly can process the lighter, sweeter oil that is primarily being drilled at the moment domestically, but if they chose to do so, they would experience a very noticeable drop in production efficiency. The equipment, very expensive equipment, is quite literally designed for something else. It isn't built to refine that type of oil. And if profit margins collapse, all of that cost gets passed immediately down to the average people. The company, the oil company, is not going to eat that reduction in profit. Important distinction, if the wrong type of oil gets used, the cost of everything goes up dramatically. Oil gets used in plastic, it's integral for transport, clothing, industry, basically every critical system across the entire planet, not just domestically here in the United States. All of it runs on oil. And far beyond the functionality of a typical product, or commodity, if you will, oil itself is much more like modern societal blood pressure. If that blood pressure drops, if there's not enough going to the refineries, or if it's the wrong type, the downstream ripple effects of that get very big, very fast. What we also need to remember is that because everything is powered by fossil fuels, including the process of extracting the oil itself, if you don't have enough oil, even as the largest oil-producing nation on Earth, if you don't already have enough to keep the system going, you can't get enough to keep the system going at full capacity. And once that blood pressure drops too far, or too fast, economically speaking, you get a crisis. Compounding any sort of price volatility, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and the overall production or refining businesses, individual companies, are completely separate entities. One of them is a government program, the SPR, but the other is a private business or collection of businesses. So when facing the prospect of producing sweet oil in America and then taking a very large hit to their overall revenue by also refining it here, private companies are choosing instead to export that very same oil for better prices and better yield while importing the sour type replacement. That's essentially what's going on. This is where things go global. Going down the list one by one of the largest oil producing countries on Earth, the picture begins rapidly forming. Number one is Saudi Arabia, but Saudi Arabia is currently the victim of the US-Iranian war. That war is a very complex creature. I have no intention of being political about it right now, but as a result of that war, undeniably, Saudi Arabia is dealing with their own set of problems. Strikes in April, for instance, with one fell swoop, cut their export capacity by a full 10%. Not to mention how 20% of all oil exports globally in the entire world pass through the Strait of Hormuz, which is currently locked down. Saudi Arabia, fortunately, has alternate access routes like the East-West pipeline over to the Red Sea, and for a brief period of time, also depending on when the viewer sees this video, the strait was in fact passable again under a, again, very brief ceasefire agreement. But as of scripting, the war is back on, the strait remains almost completely closed. I think a ship was just recently sunk there, and the process by which it would supposedly be reopened looks to be an extremely long and arduous journey. My guess is that this, in some capacity, will continue for months. Even still, if the strait were to be miraculously reopened tomorrow, with every single obstacle removed immediately, no more attacks, no more drones, no mines, no hostilities of any kind, which is incredibly unlikely to happen at all. Even if it did happen tomorrow, there is still a very profound time and resource debt which modern society has now accrued. Primary oil shipping lanes across the oceans typically look like this. There are slight deviations, obviously, but generally speaking, this is what you expect to see. Much of the traffic goes through the Strait of Hormuz, but not just there, it also goes through the Suez Canal, normally. Just one problem, our next breadcrumb in the trail, so to speak. The Suez Canal has been largely declining in use, almost totally, it looks like, ever since the end of 2023. Geopolitical instability, this time as a result of the war between Israel and Gaza, has cratered the shipping traffic that would normally transit the canal, forcing them to go around the southern tip of Africa, also called the Cape of Good Hope. This is an ancient shipping lane. This is not normally what oil tankers would be using. This adds roughly 14 days shipping lane, this southern tip of Africa, also called the Cape of Good Hope. This is an ancient shipping lane. This is not normally what oil tankers would be using. This adds roughly 14 days to the journey of an oil tanker, which was already about 30 days or more before such a detour. And a very long-standing principle of coastal shipping is that the longer the vessel stays on the water, the more expensive their cargo gets. Still not done with that top 5 list. We've covered Saudi Arabia and shipping, the United States and Canada as an extension of the US oil economy, but there's still the United Arab Emirates and Russia. The UAE is in a very similar position compared to Saudi Arabia. They primarily use the Strait of Hormuz, among other methods, with export capacity currently restricted or at the very least heavily disrupted by the blockades. But there's still one more name: Russia. Russia is very obviously not currently allied with the United States, presumably indicating that what happens to them shouldn't be overly impactful across the sea. But Russia's long-standing war in Ukraine is having some serious side effects. Russia itself is currently in a severe fuel crisis. What degree of crisis can certainly be debated. Wartime propaganda is a very difficult information economy, to say the very least. But the Ukrainian military, utilizing advanced FPV drone campaigns, have heavily and repeatedly damaged the largest Moscow refineries. There are two distinct impacts from this. One, Russian oil companies that produce crude oil have no domestic refining capability or option, so they export more short term, which is difficult because of sanctions. They do find ways around those. It has a downward impact on price globally to a degree. And two, keeping in line with our metaphor of blood pressure, these major refineries act like beating hearts in the circulation system, and some of the biggest ones are offline. Russia is now operating actively day to day with what appears to be a significant resource deficit. Both its refining and production capacity seem to be rapidly decreasing for a substantial period of time into the future. And all of this is happening at the very same time as a variety of other global disruptions, from shipping to production across the entire world. All of it combined paints a very interesting picture, where the current oil supplies that we have in the United States are not only insufficient day to day, they're also a month and a half behind. So again, even if hostilities ended tomorrow with the Strait of Hormuz completely reopened, therefore fully operational, which won't happen, there would still be, bare minimum, a 45-day lag time. Still not done. The United States, obviously, is not getting enough oil, at least not the type that we primarily need, which is sour crude. The imports are not high enough to compensate for demand without enormous cost increases, but those prices are currently artificially suppressed. In March of 2026, March 11th to be exact, the United States government engineered a 400 million barrel oil release with all of its allies, personally contributing 172 million barrels. This began in March and was advertised as a 120-day timeline. But there's a problem. On the official inventory lists, the SPR since that day in March has only drawn down about 100 million barrels. And while doing so, it's draining the reserve at a roughly 20 to 40 million barrel monthly rate. This changes things. Remember that graph reported monthly? It looks like this. Dramatic decline in 2022 and 2023 with a slight dip reoccurring now after a gradual increase. But that is a horribly, horribly misleading graph. Reporting this value monthly is kind of useless. The United States consumes roughly 20 million barrels of oil per day, and the Strategic Petroleum Reserve has a maximum drawdown capacity of about 2 to 4 million barrels daily. The SPR is not meant to replace the entire industry, it's meant to supplement it, rarely in times of severe crisis. However, if you take a look at the weekly values, everything changes. These reserves are being depleted at their fastest rate ever, and if you then factor in the 70 or so million barrels that we've already authorized and begun pulling on top of the 100 million that's already been drawn, this graph looks a whole lot more like this. And again, keeping with the previous analogy of blood pressure, it starts feeling like an impending cardiac arrest a little bit, doesn't it? Now for the real kicker. The SPR, which we foundationally covered at the beginning of the video, is a man-made salt cavern, and while we certainly have been using it improperly over the years, it has two more critical flaws. The first is a generally accepted operational minimum capacity, where the nature of how the oil is stored and how we retrieve it encounters diminishing returns. Pumping out oil effectively is more or less difficult based on how much is left in the reservoir, and the generally accepted consensus on where these diminishing returns begin happening is about 250 to 300 million barrels. The second flaw, however, is infinitely more pressing. These salt caverns are not indestructible. Not only have we been using them improperly since the 1980s, weakening their relative strength, but they also have structural components where the integrity of the entire cavern requires at least 70 million barrels to be left inside. That is the lowest possible estimate I could find, coming from a Department of Energy spokesperson directly through MarketWatch. And if you think about it, this is the government who's heavily invested in people not caring how low the supplies get to keep them happy for election cycles. So this is the entity that has the most vested interest in lying about capacity, right? So 70 million barrels has to be left inside on the very low end. And then inversely, the commonly accepted higher estimate is closer to 150 million barrels have to be left inside. And that's coming from companies like Chevron or large major oil manufacturers. I think the gravity of these considerations bears repeating because not only is there a diminishing returns component between 250 and 300 million barrels in the reserve, there is also a structural integrity component somewhere between 70 and 150 million barrels left, where the salt formations could quite possibly collapse entirely, which fundamentally changes this graph again to look a whole lot more like this. Estimates are imperfect, obviously. However, by any conceivable expert metric, the United States has accrued an oil debt on a constantly refreshing 45-day timer. If the Strait of Hormuz, as a result of the war in Iran, isn't opened very soon, very, very soon, we will run up against the actual physical constraints of the reserve caverns, which are being depleted to their absolute minimums. Actually, I'm sorry, beyond their minimums towards their structural integrity minimums. On top of the global supply chain failures, which are also happening, caused by Israel and Gaza, Houthi pirates, Russia and Ukraine, refineries getting blown up, etc., which would then bring the entire chain of dominoes crashing down around us. Many countries have already depleted their stockpiles, hovering at or
How tiresome. Come on, keep up. Take a break. Pick up the pace. How tiresome. Come on, keep up. Oh, you're here. Hiya, Sandrone. Huh? Didn't your letter say we were having a tea party? How come there's nothing here? Don't tell Paimon this is a snack-free get-together. I bet you'd love that, Paimon. You really think I'd forget the food? Whoa! Did that table just appear out of thin air? Impressive, right? This is my newly developed portable tea table. It's easy to carry and store, and even equipped with a hover device, just like Faggio. What's even more impressive is... never mind. I don't want to show off and make this sound like a sales pitch. You can check it out for yourselves. Here, I've prepared some tea and snacks. These are so delicious! You really are a great cook. Naturally. But what inspired you to make something like this? I wanted to be able to enjoy pleasant tea parties with friends wherever they are, of course. I've said this before. Holding on to what you already have isn't the only way to preserve what's precious. Lately, I found myself wanting to go on walks and visit my friends more often. But inviting myself to others' homes and expecting them to prepare tea and treats, then letting them clear the table afterward. It's hardly proper etiquette for a lady. Paimon doesn't think your friends would mind. I mind. Besides, a
invention like this is no trouble at all for me. I can see you like it. Don't worry, I can make one for you too. Huh? Are you sure that's alright? It's perfectly fine. Like I told you, I can whip up something like this in no time. Don't mention it. You helped me out a lot during the Fontanalia festival. Consider this as thanks. To this tea party.
Around their own operational minimum capacities. But the war hasn't stopped. And even if it did stop, the damage is already done. It just hasn't fully caught up with us yet. Remember that core principle of coastal shipping. The longer it's on the water, the more expensive the cargo. And then marry that concept to the idea of American oil companies exporting sweet oil to import sour. Then understand that the only reason we have low gas prices and relative stable cost of goods right now is because we're draining the strategic reserve at near maximum capacity straight to the operational floor. I'm sorry, a little bit beyond the operational floor, at which point we have diminishing pumping returns and then ultimately a risk of structural collapse, after which the only conceivable outcome is a radical repricing, as either oil companies begin refining non-optimal crude oil domestically, passing those costs right down to consumers, or we begin importing additional stock from other global markets, as those markets, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Iran, etc., as those very same global markets struggle to meet demand of an entire planet addicted to the usage of oil. I can't say for certain that we will have an oil crisis, but I can say that Russia already is. I can say that global demand is now far surpassing production. It has been for months on end, and that discrepancies like this inexorably conclude with the scales getting rebalanced. Start to finish, I can see three different distinct possibilities. First, we somehow manage to avoid cardiac arrest. We stop drawing down reserves, the war, or wars plural, ideally, conclusively end, and the production snaps back in time to simply replenish reserves slowly in a perfect world. But this is not a perfect world. Second option, which I believe to be infinitely more likely, the US draws down to its operational minimum, slightly beyond that, maybe even towards the risk of collapse figure. The wars drag on, geopolitical conflict continues, hindering the export industry, but maybe not as badly, which results in the cost of living rising sharply again. Still livable, I hope, but much more difficult. And third, certainly not a foregone conclusion at this point, but entirely possible without swift and severe course corrections. Third, the wars continue unabated, the price of oil skyrockets after inventory depletion, or worse yet, we simply collapse a few of these caverns outright with our recklessness. The world of domestic consumerism grinds to a near complete halt, with fuel rationing, curfews, and other governmental policies to curb demand. They will lock down how much you're allowed to move and consume, on top of political ramifications across the board, catapulting us into a global depression the likes of which we've rarely, if ever, across human history seen. I've used this metaphor before, but it fits here too, so I'll do it again. This is the iceberg, and we are the Titanic. We, as in consumption-addicted individuals relying on modern technological comforts every second of every day. And we will hit the iceberg. It's already scraping against the side of the hull, for that matter, where the only question now is whether or not we sink. And by sinking, I mean prices and economic functions that either slow or cease altogether to such an extreme degree that the high quality of life we've enjoyed for some 60 to 70 years, the past half century at least, fundamentally changes. I hope that that's wrong. I hope that reality somehow avoids any of these pitfalls, although I doubt it will, but at the very least I see economic difficulty in store, severe economic difficulty, which is currently being staved off in the very, very short term with irresponsible, politically motivated reserve spending instead of actually fixing the root of the problems. Ultimately, the oil crisis is a consumption debt. We've been using far more than we take in, and the longer that process continues, the more painful it becomes to eventually pay the tab. Every single day that this continues, that tab gets bigger. That's it. If you want to support the channel, check out the links down below. The video sponsor, Incogni, of course, locals on Patreon, channel memberships, a special VPN deal, the Upper Echelon website, etc., etc. But I'll cut it there and stop rambling. As always, thank you all for watching, question everything, and have a nice night.
All that work for this. Take a break. Pick up the pace. Right now, right here. Wheel of life. Come on, keep up. Oh, what's inside? Not that I care. How tiresome. Pick up the pace. Come on, keep up. It's all yours. Take a break. Pick up the pace. Oh, what's inside? Not that I care. I like music. In fact, I've taught myself to play
In London,
many different
in the
instruments.
1830s,
You don't
inventor
believe me?
Charles Babbage was designing his magnum opus. Working by the light of an oil lamp, he sketched out his plans for the analytical engine. He drew a hulking mechanism with clicking brass cogs and cams spun by a steam engine and orchestrated by the same punch cards that ran mechanical looms. In an era when the electric telegraph was a novelty, Babbage had invented history's first fully universal programmable computer. It's a glimpse of a steampunk future that never was. The design remains unbuilt to this day. But it did catch the attention of Babbage's friend, Ada Byron Lovelace. Lovelace had admired Babbage's last invention, a simpler mechanical calculator. So she decided to translate notes from one of Babbage's lectures about the analytical engine, and added pages and pages of her own comments. These include the very first published computer program, which would calculate Bernoulli numbers. Though the program did have one small error. Programmers can relate. On the very same page, Lovelace brought up a question that would hound engineers and philosophers for centuries to come. Can computers come up with their own original ideas? Lovelace herself had a pretty clear stance that they couldn't, or at least Babbage's computer couldn't. The analytical engine has no pretensions whatsoever to originate anything, she wrote. It can do whatever we know how to order it to perform. Over the entire history of computing, as computers have gotten better and more sophisticated, many others would try to tackle the same question. And with today's AI, it's become more relevant than ever. What makes this question so tough is that it's not clear what counts as a new idea, and it's easy for people to move the goalposts. There's no obvious bright line between unoriginal and original thoughts. To some extent, every idea we consider new is built on what came before. It's a matter of degree. In 1951, an early computer at Cambridge University found the first known 79-digit prime number, but that was just following simple mathematical instructions at high speed. It's a new fact, sure, but not an original idea. What about in 1997, when the computer Deep Blue beat world chess champion Garry Kasparov? Deep Blue certainly had to come up with some original chess play, since
Now, right here.
No one had previously played against the exact moves that Kasparov chose to make, but Deep Blue was just searching through the possible moves, mostly by brute force, and the methods that Deep Blue used to ignore bad moves had to be programmed in by hand. So maybe the specific moves were decided by Deep Blue, but the overall method for finding them was up to the human programmers. The same might be said of tools like genetic algorithms, which can solve problems by iterating on designs and improving them bit by bit. Genetic algorithms have designed very efficient spacecraft antennae. They can even design computer hardware in ways that are quite different from conventional human methods, by exploiting messy physical side effects that humans wouldn't consider. Still, even though the output of genetic algorithms might be novel, it's easy to dismiss them as still blindly following human instructions, with a little bit of randomness thrown in. So, what about AIs based on neural networks and machine learning? You can open up your favorite chat assistant, and it can hold a conversation or write a computer program for you. It definitely seems to have some amount of creativity, at least compared to Deep Blue. But again, original ideas are hard to define. People still haven't firmly planted the goalposts. Some critics dismiss modern AIs as stochastic parrots, a term introduced by Emily Bender in a 2021 paper with 3 of her colleagues. The paper argued, among other points, that LLMs didn't actually understand the meanings of the words they strung together, no matter how coherent the resulting sentences sound. We have a lot of evidence that AIs understand what they're saying, in the sense that they encode information in their neural nets beyond just statistical relationships between words. One famous interpretability study from early 2023 trained a neural network just on written records of legal moves in the board game Othello. Probing its internal activity, researchers found that it was tracking something extremely close to the true board state at every move, so it didn't just memorize which words usually go together. In a more recent paper, from May 2025, interpretability researchers at Anthropic tried to trace the thoughts of Claude 3.5 Haiku. For one experiment, they prompted Claude with, quote, "Fact, the capital of the state containing Dallas is," end quote, and Claude correctly responded, "Austin." Then, using a tool called attribution graphs, the researchers uncovered that Claude hadn't just memorized that complete fact. Instead, it was reasoning in multiple steps, that Dallas is in Texas, and that Texas's capital is Austin, and it was able to combine those facts to find the right answer. There's also a phenomenon called grokking, where a neural network that has already memorized its training data will, after much more training, start to generalize well to unseen examples of the same task. Interpretability studies have found that, over time, the network gradually shifts from relying on heuristics and memorization to implementing a simpler, more structured rule that captures the underlying patterns in the data. These examples demonstrate a deeper point. Even if an AI's only training objective was predicting data based on patterns, it could still learn facts about the world and how to reason with them. In principle, if your goal is to predict future information, you'd do better if you understood the world. Predicting where a satellite will go is easier if you understand the laws of physics, for example. Coming up with original ideas can help make better predictions too, like how when Einstein developed general relativity, he was able to better predict the orbit of Mercury. To be clear, even if today's AIs can extrapolate facts and laws about the world just by learning to predict the next token, they don't necessarily generalize in the best way. A paper from 2025 found that a small transformer trained to predict planet trajectories performed badly when fine-tuned for other tasks that required understanding of Newtonian physics, like predicting gravitational forces. Now, this transformer model was at least 1,000 times smaller than something like ChatGPT is today. Perhaps this smaller AI wasn't grokking the problem and really was just predicting the next observation. That said, today's AIs aren't just trained to predict the next word. To simplify a bit, they're usually trained in two segments. The first is pre-training, where they learn to predict the next token of internet text. The second phase is post-training, which includes reinforcement learning. During this phase, AIs learn to do much more. Let's look at pre-training and reinforcement learning in more detail. Today's AIs can deal with images, videos, and speech, not only text. But let's just consider text right now. During pre-training, an LLM learns patterns in written language and the structure of the world that language represents. It churns through tons of content, and the billions or trillions of parameters in its neural network get tweaked until it can effectively predict what comes next after a piece of text. What the AI learns during this phase acts as background knowledge it can use to learn better during the next phase. In reinforcement learning, the LLM is further trained so that it gives responses in pursuit of different objectives. These could be acting like a helpful, honest, and harmless assistant, writing working computer code on request, or solving difficult math problems. In short, the AI isn't incentivized to exclusively predict human text anymore. It needs to learn to do a variety of other things, including solving actual problems that require planning, tool use, and reasoning. Might this training imbue an LLM with something akin to creativity? Well, being able to come up with your own original ideas would certainly improve performance at these kinds of tasks. Often, the feedback for this process comes from human observers, as it does from reinforcement learning from human feedback, or RLHF. Other AIs, even weaker ones, can also give feedback, since it's generally easier to verify a proposed answer than to generate a good one from scratch. Like how it's easier to tell if a YouTube video is any good than it is to create a good video yourself. Sometimes, feedback can even be a simple automated test, like just running the code written by the AI in training and seeing if it works correctly. Any of these options can push an AI toward thinking creatively if we're asking it to solve complex problems. Consider Alethea, a system designed to solve open problems in mathematics, described in a paper in February 2026. Alethea works using 3 subsystems, each using Google's Gemini and full access to the internet. One system generates candidate solutions. The second searches for errors independently. And the third tries to fix any errors that crop up. If the errors can't be fixed easily, the problem goes back to the generator to try again. Google's researchers gave Alethea many different open problems in mathematics. Eventually, the system found a new result worth publishing by applying tools from one subfield of mathematics to a problem in a different one in a novel way. The researchers turned it into a paper, Eigenweights for Arithmetic Hirzebruch Proportionality, and submitted it for publication. And Alethea isn't the only AI system working on research challenges. Google's AlphaEvolve works as a meta-level search algorithm, with a program that searches for the best solutions to quantifiable problems, and language models that suggest and test ways to make that program more effective. AlphaEvolve has also found some publishable results. OpenAI's models are also helping with new research. A team of human physicists used GPT 5.2 to help find new results in theoretical particle physics, showing that when particles called gluons decay in a particular restricted way, they can produce certain combinations of other gluons that are usually impossible. Once the physicists had worked out several specific cases by hand, GPT 5.2 suggested a more general formula, and another OpenAI model proved it was accurate. And all this is just the start. There are probably even more impressive results on the way, even by the time you're watching this. So we have evidence that AI understands its words on some level, and AI systems are starting to find new research results. These ideas certainly seem at least a little original, but are they original enough to count? Maybe you're still waiting to see an AI that can solve its own interesting research questions, rather than straightforwardly answering someone else's. Well, what matters here is not if today's AI systems are coming up with ideas as original and as useful as the best human ideas. It's that computer programs have been steadily improving, coming up with ideas that are increasingly more original and more useful over time. Alethea's new results are a step above Deep Blue's chess strategies, which are in turn a step above finding new prime numbers. Looking ahead, experts are expecting AI to get even better at tasks that require creative thinking. Epoch AI tracks the progress of AI in many areas, including with their popular Frontier Math benchmark, which tests AIs on advanced math problems. In January 2026, Epoch released a new benchmark, Frontier Math Open Problems, a collection of 14 unsolved research-level problems, ranging from moderately interesting questions to ones where a solution would be a true breakthrough. It's just one more step in the path of machines getting more creative. Sure, progress has mostly been gradual, but it all adds up. Imagine how Babbage and Lovelace would react to modern LLMs. Most people can't even distinguish the best LLMs from humans in a 5-minute text conversation, just one of the latest milestones in computers passing the Turing test. It's natural for people to want to move the goalposts. Sure, AI can write a novel, but can it write a bestseller? But rather than comparing AI to a standard that keeps moving just out of reach, look at the trend line. You'll get a much better sense of where we're going if you compare AI's current capabilities to what they could do a few years ago. And this isn't a new conversation. Turing argued against Lovelace in the same paper that introduced his imitation game test, and we certainly won't be the last word on this subject either. The discussion will certainly shift as AI improves. But however you might define it, AI is already surprisingly original, and thinking in absolutes won't help understand it. If you'd like to learn more about AI and get involved with the effort of making it safe, AIsafety.com is a hub for navigating the AI existential safety ecosystem with many resources.
I like music. In fact, I've taught myself to play many different instruments. You don't believe me? Find me a piano, and I'll show you a thing or two.
Listing things like in-person and online groups, upcoming events and training programs, funding opportunities, self-study courses, a map of the field, and much more. It also has a curated video playlist on AI safety, featuring many of our videos.
about time we threw another tea party, don't you think? I wonder who else is. I like music. In fact, I've taught myself to play many different instruments. You don't believe me? Find me a piano, and I'll show you a thing or two. It's about time we threw another tea party, don't you think? I wonder who else is. Called back to the Zeppeljärny Palace again? Ugh. What's the point in all these endless meetings? I like music. In fact, I've taught myself to play many different instruments. You don't believe me? Find me a piano, and I'll show you a thing or two. different instruments. You don't believe me? Find me a piano, and I'll show you a thing or two. Called back to the Zephyl-Yarny Palace again? Ugh, seriously, what's the point in all these endless meetings? right. Amuse me. How tiresome. Come on, keep up. How tiresome.
Oh my. No, at least they are.
Let's go, Faggio.
Faggio.
What a joke! Come on, keep up. Take a break. Come on, keep up. Right here. Emerge. Right here. Off to the Take a break. Let's test my hypothesis. How tiresome. Come on, keep up. Take a break. How tiresome. Right now. A little. Come on, keep up. What a joke. Take a break. Emerge. Right here. Right now. A dash of... Life goes on. How tiresome. A spot of tea time entertainment. Come on, keep up. Take a break. Come on, keep up. How tiresome. Emerge. Right here. Emerge. A little rise. Take a break. Let's test my hypothesis. Come on, keep up. How tiresome. Off to the free wheel of life. Come on, keep up. A spot of tea time entertainment. How tiresome. Right here. Emerge. Right here. A little go. Take a break. How tiresome. Let's test my hypothesis. Take a break. Right now. Right here. Right now. Off to the free. Life goes on. How tiresome. A spot of tea time entertainment. Take a break. How tired. Right here. Emerge. Right now. A dash of wheel of life. Come on, keep up. Let's test my hypothesis. How tiresome. Ha! Take a break. Emerge. Right here. Emerge. A little life goes on. How tiresome. A spot of tea time entertainment. Ha! Take a break. Wheel of life. How tiresome. Let's test my hypothesis. Ha! Right now. A dash of frost. Go. Emerge, right here. Up to the free. Life goes on. How tiresome. What a joke. Come on. Emerge, right now, right here. A little rise. Take a break. Let's test my hypothesis. How tiresome. Take a break. Emerge. Right here. Emerge. Wheel of life. Ha! What a joke. Right now. Emerge. Right here. Up to the brink. Life goes on. How tiresome. A spot of tea time entertainment. Come on, keep up. Emerge, right here. A little Let's test my hypothesis. How tiresome. Take a break. Emerge, right now. Wheel of life. What a joke. Come on, keep up. Right here, right now. Emerge. Up to the brink. Go. Take a break. Let's test my hypothesis. How tiresome. Take a break. Right now. Emerge. Right now. Come on, keep up. A spot of tea time entertainment. How tiresome. Take a break. Emerge. Right here. Emerge. Rise. Come on, keep up. Take a break. Let's test my hypothesis. Right here. Right now. Wheel of life. How tiresome. Come on, keep up. Emerge. Right here. Emerge. A little rise. Take a break. A spot of tea time entertainment. How tiresome. Right here. Right now. A dash of wheel of life. Come on, keep up. Let's test my hypothesis. How tired. Right here. Up to the free. Go. Take a break. What a joke. Come on, keep up. How tired. Emerge. Right now. Come on, keep up. Let's test my hypothesis. Take a break. How tiresome. Emerge. Right here. A dash of life goes on. Come on, keep up. here. Go. How tiresome. A spot of tea time entertainment. Take a break. Come on, keep up. Right now, emerge. A dash of rise. Ha! Let's test my hypothesis. Take a break. How tiresome. Right here, emerge. A little wheel of life. Take a break. What a joke. Right now, emerge. Off to the break. Life goes on. Take a break. Let's test my hypothesis. How tiresome. Come on! Right here, right now. A dash of go. What a joke. How tiresome. It's about time we threw another tea party, don't you think? I wonder who else is.
Hmm. Okay, so looks like that's actually the best use for this sword. Mm-hmm. Once every 10 seconds. So 2 times. Say that it's refinement 5. %91% crit rate. Okay, now Scalar Pride is still better. Because massive energy recharge and 5 attacks is better than 2 attacks. Okay, so given her sig would increase her rotation by 3.1%. Wait, no. That's bullshit. A moment, please, current. Let's... I could build. Where the fuck is it? This one. Oh. It will decrease the damage dealt. Skyward Pride.
Called back to the Zeppel Yarny Palace again. Seriously, what's the point in all these endless meetings?
$36.75. That's when it crits, right? It's gonna be really funny. Okay, let's get back to optimizing the stuff. So teaspoon, it tells me that the whole rotation is gonna deal less damage because of those 8 instances of Wacom blades. And that is quite cute. And that is neat. That the next charged attack after lasts for 20 seconds, alright. Vacuum blades. And it doesn't matter how long it does it.
How tiresome.
Wait, so only one?
Take a break.
Neat. Okay, so Chichi crit rate hit. Yes, that's the case. Yeah, this might not be the best option. Just because of you know what. But also I really do want to give her a really good onset sense so that I can potentially switch to something like that. Obviously, it's actually quite fucking good. Yeah. That's the best option. That's me. This. Look at this. This is amazing. You're seriously not gonna make it glow just because it's not the piece that you expect? Yeah, okay. Let's make a duplicate artifact. Flower, yes, and attack, crit damage, attack. Flat attack, crit damage, attack percent 4.1, mental mastery 16. 18.7, so let's say that it's 5.4 at the start and 68. It can be 14 at the start. Let's see. So in this team, which has Beidou, by the way, might not necessarily be the best slot here. Let's switch Beidou to Naked Chef. No, it still didn't increase the damage. Overall, yeah, even teaspoons, yeah, still. Let's go here, right? Here's the deal. Currently, it goes like this. Now, swap artifacts to specifically this one. Well, first of all, what's gonna happen here? Minus 2.2%. If it goes here, minus 1.9%. If it just doesn't roll, it needs to roll. Okay. Really? I need to select it every single time? What the hell, man? Five. Okay, so apparently elemental mastery matters way less. Wait, does that actually matter at all? This one, for some reason, did increase in damage. Okay, 154. No. And 53. Sheesh. Okay, so apparently 5.6%. Wait, why doesn't it show the... Charge attack, condensed beam, stellar conduct damage. Melt. Oh. Okay, for a moment. Let's see what's gonna happen if I just add 6 of that.2 of that. I don't know that. Hmm, 2.7%. What? And 105. Really, minus 5.8 still. Plus 6.0. Okay. Plus 0.4. Interesting. Minus 1.4. Minus 10. And let's summon the spine thing, serpent spine, right? Minus 6.6%. Man, you really need. Okay, let's. Let's go here. Yeah, all right. Fun. 7.8%. But that includes the those things. Red 2, still better. So just apparently crit damage bonus is better. Still. Uh-huh. I guess that explains everything. Because it just doesn't know how to calculate it yet. And because of that, the physical damage just is here. Gives better results. And elemental mastery doesn't affect damage at all yet. Okay. If that's the case, And let's see what's gonna do during combat, of course.
Right here. Emerge. Come on, keep up.
Mm.
Welcome to the...
Let's go here. Don't tell me. Don't tell me I fucked up. No. Apparently I didn't. Energy recharge, I can't increase energy recharge. Yeah, okay.
How tired. Right now. Emerge. Off to the brief. Life goes on. Come on, keep up. How tiresome. Let's test my hypothesis. Come on. Right here. Right now. A little go. How tiresome. Take a break. Come on, keep up. What a joke. Right here, right now. Emerge. Off to the brief. How tiresome. Take a break. Let's test my hypothesis. Right now, right here, right now. A little come on, keep up. How tiresome. Come on, keep up. How tiresome. What a joke. Come on, keep up. Right here, emerge. Right here. Off to the brick. Life goes on. Take a break. How tiresome. Come on, keep up. Right now. Emerge. Right now. A little Wheel of Life. A spot of tea time entertainment. How tiresome. Come on, keep break? How tiresome. Come on, keep up. Emerge. A little move. Go. How tiresome. A spot of tea time entertainment. Come on, keep up. How tiresome. Take a break. Right here. Emerge. Right here. What a joke.
Понятно, в США у них там тесные связи, какой-то облегченный режим там путешествий и так далее. Значит, например, вот в Англии США оставалось главным зарубежным направлением в 2025 году, а Нигерия на втором месте с 59 местами. То есть мы видим разницу в 2 раза. Возможно, дальше мы увидим рост, потому что там все-таки дешевле, но вот такого идеи, что это повальная эксплуатация, мы такого не наблюдаем. Значит, вот у меня там есть статистика по разным странам, и я собрала в итоговую картину. Значит, она отличается немножко внутри богатых и бедных стран. Внутри богатых стран типичная суррогатная мама – это местная гражданка, возраст примерно 25-40 лет, у которой уже есть собственные дети. Она работает, ну, то есть на момент, когда она подписывала этот контракт, она работала. Она относится к нижнему, среднему или среднему классу. Это не нищие жительницы собственных стран. Имеет медицинскую страховку и доступ к здравоохранению. Находится, безусловно, по доходу ниже, чем заказчик. Ну, очевидно, да, миллионеры для других миллионеров не выращивают, хотя, например, в США и в Британии, где-то у меня были эти цифры, большой очень процент людей, которые соглашаются на суррогатное материнство, вынашивают для родственников и знакомых. То есть это, в принципе, да, существующая инициатива. У ее сестры уже там 2-3 детей, она соглашается выносить еще одного ребенка для своей сестры, или там, племянницы, или там еще кого-то, или знакомой. Это тоже вполне себе распространенная практика. Почему нет, как называется? Что называется? В США кто является типичной суррогатной мамой? Это в основном работающие женщины, относящиеся к среднему классу. Они трудоустроены, у них есть медицинская страховка, что для США само по себе уже, да, такой показатель. Средний или высший уровень образования. И доходы у них часто выше среднего для штата, в котором они живут. То есть, опять, мы не видим того, что, значит, какие-то супербогатые аристократы, которые не хотят, значит, портить себе здоровье вынашиванием ребенка, заказывают, передают эту функцию каким-то очень нищим женщинам, которых они эксплуатируют. Это совершенно не показывают данные, а показывают они, что, да, безусловно, обычно заказчики, конечно, более состоятельные, чем суррогатные мамы, ну, потому что, например, в США весь этот полный цикл ЭКО, сбор яйцеклеток, страхование, агентство, юристы, это все очень дорого. И, конечно, это могут себе позволить только состоятельные люди, но те, кто на это соглашается, они вовсе не какие-то ужасно голодающие, совсем какие-то маргиналы. Это очевидно, потому что агентства, которые этим занимаются, им не нужны проблемы. Брать женщину, которая там пьет, употребляет наркотики, находится в какой-то очень неблагополучной ситуации и может, не знаю, выкинуть что-нибудь, как фортель, напиться во время беременности, им это не интересно. Поэтому они стараются набирать женщин из относительно приличных, что называется, кругов. Мне не нравится слово «приличный» в данном контексте, но я вот сходу не могу подобрать альтернативу, ну, то есть не маргинальных женщин. То есть это тоже некоторая иллюзия, которая вокруг этой всей ситуации существует. Нет, суррогатные мамы — это не низы общества, это обычно средний класс, может быть его нижняя часть, может быть его середина. Ну вот просто женщина решает, например, у нее нет проблем с беременностью, она легко ее переносит, у нее нет там токсикоза, она бегает здоровая, прекрасная, куча таких женщин, которые совершенно прекрасно переносят беременность. Я, например, после беременности ничего не могу сказать про обе, все было прекрасно. Там были проблемы, но чувствовала я себя просто, ну, как бы, можно было, конечно, там ремонт была готова делать, вот, ну, вот из этой серии, то есть ничего такого ужасного не было. Есть такие женщины, и они решают таким способом заработать, потому что, ну да, это проще, может быть, для кого-то, чем на какой-нибудь своей условно не очень высокооплачиваемой работе, которая еще и надоела. Почему нет? Если это такой способ заработка, это не является эксплуатацией, это способ заработать, а для других людей это получается способ сделать их счастливыми и ребенка получить. Есть ли национальный перекос в Америке? Ну, конечно, понятно, что в основном мы говорили, что это в Британии, например, это белые, но если мы смотрим, вот, например, статистика американских клиник 14-20 годы, носительницы, ну, сурмамы, которые работали с иностранными заказчиками, отличаются от тех, кто работает с американцами. Что значит, если заказчик американская семья, то там 11,7% латиноамериканских сурмам. Если заказчики из-за рубежа, то там 28,6%. То есть тут мы видим не то, что обязательно бедные латиноамериканские женщины вынашивают, а тут мы видим четкую разницу между работой на своем рынке и работой, когда заказы идут из-за рубежа. Но это понятно. Как-то, ну, потому что это просто разные рынки, наверное, разные агентства на этом специализируются. То есть тут мы не видим эксплуатации, мы видим разницу в том, что кто является заказчиком, и, соответственно, мы видим в 2 раза разницу, например, по возрасту и по этнической принадлежности. По возрасту, если с американками заказчик американская семья или там пара или женщина, моложе 30 29%, если заказчики из-за рубежа 42%, 43% моложе 30%. То есть более молодые и чаще латиноамериканского происхождения, если работа из-за рубежа. Откуда чаще всего заказывают в Америке? 41,7% из Китая, 9% из Франции, 8,5% из Испании. То есть состоятельные иностранные клиенты чаще заключают договора с более молодыми женщинами, часто латиноамериканского происхождения, видимо, потому что это дешевле, ну, наверное, потому что средний доход заказчиков из других стран ниже, чем заказчиков из Америки. Это такое мое предположение. Но это не пример эксплуатации, это разница вот в доходе, так сказать, и в покупательной способности жителей разных стран. Значит, ну вот у меня по Британии тоже есть данные. Ну, короче, в основном это белые британки. Возраст, между прочим, 36,2 года средний. То есть это совсем не молодые женщины, потому что часто у агентств есть требования 1, а лучше 2 ребенка собственных. Соответственно, учитывая, что сейчас все довольно поздно рожают, вот такой вот возраст. Ну, если женщина, у нее первые 2 беременности пошли без проблем, то... И она еще готова на 3-ю, вот 36,2. Был средний возраст, 62% были замужем, и многие из них работали в разных сферах: медицина, уход, в детских садах, администрация, бухгалтерия. Ну, в общем, совершенно нормальный средний класс. Так, значит, по доходу, вот я смотрю, что у меня какие данные по доходу. Довольно большой доход, между прочим, значит, четверть в Британии у четверти был доход до 30 тысяч фунтов в год, еще у трети до 40 тысяч фунтов в год, 13,6% до 50 тысяч фунтов в год, до 60 15%, 16 почти до 76,8%. То есть мы видим, что даже семьи с очень неплохим доходом, да, достаточно неплохим доходом, ну, в общем, да, это не миллионеры, но это совсем немало. Да, наверное, это скромная жизнь, но это никакие не бедные люди, они соглашаются на ЭКО, то есть это неправда, что это эксплуатация только бедных женщин. Так, пропускаем это все, это уже излишние подробности. Вот, блядь, по Индии, ну, по кому есть данные, потому я и привожу. Вот по Африке самое интересное. По Африке носительницы из Африки, конечно, сразу выглядят хуже, там чаще люди не замужем, зато они сильно моложе носительниц там, потому что там рожают гораздо раньше, и 2 детей там к 25 годам это совершенно нормальная история. Чаще безработные или работают в каких-то, типа там, торговка, парикмахер, местной парикмахерской, но это отражает общий рынок там, что и общую ситуацию на рынке труда. Там, в принципе, много безработных, но и финансовая выгода для них, конечно, является главным мотивом у половины, как минимум, согласно их ответам, но это не деньги, вот чтобы просто прожить, потому что есть нечего, а это на какие-то уже немножко выше среднего по, например, погане услуги, ну, например, расширение бизнеса, открытие собственного бизнеса, дополнительное образование для себя, оплата школы частной для детей, то есть, понятно, там совершенно другая ситуация, и деньги там нужны гораздо больше, но, тем не менее, среди всех жителей Ганы эти женщины относятся, опять-таки, к среднему классу, то есть, опять даже если мы берем очень бедные страны, Африку, женщины, которые соглашаются на это, не относятся к самым маргинальным слоям внутри своей страны. Это, конечно, разница между этой женщиной и заказчицей или заказчицей семьей, да, из Америки будет в разы больше, чем если вы заказываете усыновление в Америке. Но, тем не менее, часто люди все равно выбирают, если у людей достаточно денег, они все равно выберут маму из своей страны или из близкой страны, ну просто потому что так надежнее, проще психологически. То есть идея, что мы люди это такие супер всегда рациональные экономические агенты и всегда действуем исключительно ради собственной выгоды, она давно уже провалилась, она давно опровергнута экономической теорией, все вот это иррациональное поведение, да, Канеман, Тверский, вот эти, значит, основатели этих исследований давно показали, что люди ведут себя иррационально, потому что они все равно пытаются для собственной выгоды действовать, но выгода не обсуждается только в деньгах. Например, психологическое спокойствие, психологический комфорт тоже являются частью выгоды, которую мы принимаем во внимание, когда принимаем решение. Но ее очень сложно измерить, да, в исследованиях, и поэтому люди могут соглашаться даже при никогда они не миллионеры, у них ограниченное количество денег, они могут согласиться на суррогатную маму из своей страны, что будет намного дороже, ради психологического комфорта, спокойствия, вместо того, чтобы обязательно вот будут эксплуатировать бедных из Африки. Ну, вот противники суррогатного материнства чаще вот создают какую-то такую иллюзию. Нет, это далеко не так. Потому что, да, мы все пытаемся действовать, значит, чтобы максимизировать собственную выгоду, но она далеко не только в деньгах вычисляется. Мы вовсе не homo economicus. Мы чутка посложнее все-таки устроены. Вот. То есть, подытоживая этот пункт, данные, вот, которые у нас есть по суррогатному материнству, которых хорошо бы, чтобы было больше, если бы страны перестали так, значит, жестко это запрещать, у нас было бы больше данных, не подтверждают факта вот этой жестокой эксплуатации жителей бедных, нищих и нуждающихся стран. Женщины соглашаются часто добровольно, они, особенно в благополучных странах, не являются жестко нуждающимися. Агентства заинтересованы в том, чтобы все прошло хорошо, поэтому они тоже не заинтересованы брать самых бедных из маргинальных кругов женщин, которые, там, не знаю, побить могут, еще что-то. Зачем? Они потом жуткие неустойки будут платить. Поэтому это все не совсем так. Этот пункт мы тоже разобрали. Посмотрю ваши вопросы, и мы перейдем ко второй части нашего стрима. А именно, мы поговорили про жизнь, а теперь поговорим про смерть, про права на жизнь для людей, которые не могут по каким-то причинам зачать ребенка самостоятельно или при помощи классических, так сказать, ВРТ, ну, например, ЭКО, да, или там подсадка, не обязательно это ЭКО, может быть, там осеменение нестандартным путем. Выбирают суррогатное материнство, и перейдем к правам на смерть. Но сначала посмотрим ваши вопросы. Задавайте вопросы, не стесняйтесь. Платные вопросы вообще будет прекрасно, но и бесплатные тоже, если вы... Если интересный вопрос, я на него тоже могу ответить. Так. Пишут про эмоции, когда сам родил и вынашивал. Окситоциновый шторм ни с чем не сравнимо, но все так, но не все просто могут это сделать. Беременность без последствий смешно. Вот это комментарий мне кажется примечательным, потому что он отражает как раз вот этот вот дискурс, который распространяется, что мы должны жить только, чтобы максимизировать собственные удовольствия, выгоды, ни в коем случае не навредить своему здоровью. Я много раз рассказывала, что люди, коллективный вид по нашей биологии, нам как виду гораздо лучше, если мы сочетаем заботу об индивидуальном благе и о коллективном. Мы маленькие, ну, относительно среднего размера млекопитающие, крайне плохо скроенные, не имеющие ни когтей, ни зубов, не умеющие плавать, значит, жить под водой, дышать там, летать, лазать по деревьям, бегать быстро. Ничего не умеем, только потеть хорошо умеем. И то, значит, в нынешних условиях этого может не хватать. Мы сильны мозгом и коллективом. Поэтому забота только о индивидуальном благе ведет к деградации и вымиранию, и это касается и родов. Да, безусловно, роды, я, может, когда-то про это сделала видео, я говорил про это как-то в каких-то давних стримах, но, наверное, уже только старожилы припомнят, про то, что это трейд-офф, это, ну, как бы борьба, да, отчасти борьба женского организма с эмбрионом. Это действительно так, вот такова наша биология, но это не значит, что, все, беременность принесет мне какие-то последствия, и теперь я никогда не буду беременеть, потому что какие-то, возможно, последствия. Возможно, какие-то последствия будут. Еще раз, у большинства женщин, не знаю, да, естественно, нельзя ссылаться на собственный пример, но как бы, ну, я не знаю, последствия моих беременностей — это 2 моих детей. И я далеко не единственный случай. Для большинства все это проходит нормально, если человек следит за собой, нормально питается, принимает там добавки, если у него что-то, какие-то погрешности в диете. По-всякому может быть, может что-то сломаться, может, но у нас всегда есть баланс. С одной стороны, вот что-то собственное здоровье и только максимизация индивидуального, вдруг потом оказывается, что если заботиться только о максимизации индивидуальных выгод, почему-то потом ты оказываешься в огромной яме, так скажем. Потому что человек — существо сложное, и забота о коллективном благе поднимает наше общее благосостояние, и это тоже важно. Вопрос вижу платный. Значит, опять про Канаду. Работая в Канаду в родильном отделении, недавно написала небольшой пост о прерывании беременности на любом сроке. Facebook, Виктория Левитан. Если будет время, буду очень благодарна за ваше мнение. Да, я почитаю, хорошо, я посмотрю. Как я уже сказала, если это так, я верю в вашу компетенцию, вы работаете в роддоме, я против этого, должны быть сроки. Да, и, конечно же, я тоже не согласна с людьми, которые говорят, все, после зачатия это жизнь, ее больше нельзя прерывать. Ну, у нас тогда бы ни науки, ничего не было, это не так, это довольно долго просто клетки, сначала это просто сгусточек, потом они начинают слоиться, потом, значит, начинают образовываться зачатки тканей. Это довольно долго еще просто зачаток жизни. Жизнь, ну, обычно так рассуждают люди с религиозным мышлением, не обязательно там в Бога, а в какую-то просто высшую, да, вот что-то такое верящее, что вот как бы душа спускается, значит, после зачатия сразу в это. Ну, как биолог я придерживаюсь другого взгляда. Жизнь, она появляется, и сознание — это функция сложности, так скажем, и пока что-то очень простое, оно все-таки отличается функционально от того, когда что-то становится чутка посложнее. Это касается, например, и сознания. Да? В какой момент у нас сознание появляется? Вот когда люди в деменции начинают падать, или какая-то травма, иногда они полностью меняются их личность. И вот вопрос, это те же люди или это уже другие? На мой взгляд, это, конечно, уже другой человек, потому что значительная часть материальных носителей его сознания была, например, в результате там, болезни Альцгеймера, например, уничтожена. Или в результате травмы. Увы, это печально, это несправедливо, но это так. То же самое здесь, что для того, чтобы образовалась именно жизнь, человек, вот личность, это что-то должно стать достаточно сложным. Если это просто некие ткани, пусть и структурированные, то это еще не оно. Но 40 недель, ну, очевидно. Ну, как и 40? Ну, с 27, там даже раньше выхаживают детей сейчас, и часто они там, в значительном проценте случаев у них даже нет тяжелых осложнений потом. какие-то могут быть, но они, в общем, полноценные люди. Поэтому, конечно, это очень поздний срок. Так. Ну вот, эвтаназия. Вот вопрос про эвтаназию. Погнали, а то у нас уже что-то время. Значит, эвтаназия. Про жизнь поговорили. Я говорю, такой был пятничный стрим. В общем, в расслабленном режиме. Если захотим, можем потом углубиться в это поглубже. Итак, вторая новость, о которой я говорила, про то, что во Франции, значит, был парламент одобрил 50 на 50, но с перевесом 50 голосов, значит, возможность не эвтаназии, а ассистированного суицида. То есть это эвтаназия, когда человек сам в норме, если он может, вводит себе препарат, который, естественно, врач ему подбирает. Значит, а что у нас вообще по миру с этим? Это еще одна форма регуляции жизни, только уже в ее предельном, значит, в ее окончании, которая тоже запрещена в абсолютном большинстве стран. Вот тут я даже вам подготовила картиночку, сейчас я вам ее покажу. Вот сейчас она появилась. Это где разрешена эвтаназия или ассоциированный суицид. Вот сейчас я вам ее подвину. Ладно, пусть так висит. Неважно. Главное, чтобы я не зачитывала вам все это вслух. Вот табличка. Значит, всего в 15 странах по состоянию на сегодня хотя бы одна из форм ассистированной смерти разрешена в 15 странах, в 13 на национальном уровне. Значит, в США и Австралии, значит, она может на уровне штатов как-то регулироваться. Значит, в Европейский парламент 4 страны официально признают, где есть эвтаназия: Нидерланды, Бельгия, Люксембург и Испания. И в 3 странах есть ассистированный суицид. Это Австрия, Италия и Германия. Для меня это было новостью, когда я вот стала читать. Я увидела Германию, там полезла читать. Прям скажем, реализовано это все очень по-немецки тут, то есть со сложностями, но окей. Тем не менее, Германия относится, то есть как бы она формально да, но сначала придется долго-долго добиваться этого права. И Швейцария. Она не входит в Евросоюз, но тем не менее. Значит, не в Евросоюз, Швейцария у нас отдельно, да. Сейчас я поняла, что, возможно, в общем, Швейцария тоже относится в Европу. Давайте, причем тут Евросоюз, давайте Европу рассматривать. Значит, Францию пока мы сюда не включаем, потому что еще не закончено. В Португалии и на Кубе законы соответствующие были приняты, но процедуры не введены в действие. А в Словении закон отклонили на референдуме в ноябре 2025 года. Почему? Потому что считается, что этот закон может привести к злоупотреблениям. Примерно на самом деле те же аргументы, но немножко с другой стороны повернуты, что и, значит, в случае суррогатного материнства. Злоупотребление, мол, и это все приведет к тому, что будет там эксплуатация жизни, а в данном случае эксплуатация смерти. Давайте посмотрим, что у нас говорят цифры. Вопреки распространенному мнению, что только разреши эвтаназию, как тут же, значит, какие-нибудь родственники будут подстегивать, значит, всех самоубиваться, или люди, у которых как проблемы в жизни, поругался с начальником, поссорился со своим там парнем или девушкой, немедленно побегут, значит, за эвтаназией. Это большая иллюзия. В странах их не так много, 15, но из них есть большие страны, да, с каким-то значительным населением, типа Соединенных Штатов. Австралия поменьше, но тем не менее тоже. У нас есть статистика, и она полностью не подтверждает это мнение. Абсолютное большинство людей, абсолютное, просто с крайне редкими исключениями, это сильно пожилые люди или люди с тяжелыми хроническими неизлечимыми заболеваниями. И, разумеется, это не случайность, потому что, да, жажда жизни у нас у всех велика. Вон, видите, тут как бы рожать люди боятся, я не знаю, всего боятся, переработать лишний час боятся, чтобы, значит, комфорт жизни не снизить. Значит, новости о старении, вот только скажи, все сразу, значит, 100-500 просмотров. Люди хотят жить, поэтому этой услугой пользуются в основном те, кто сильно страдает и по разным причинам, не обязательно физически, иногда психологически, хочет эти страдания прекратить. И таких людей у нас становится все больше. Да? Та же проблема, которая у нас, значит, лежит в такой большой глобальной... основе, значит, разговора о суррогатном материнстве и, в принципе, о вспомогательных технологиях, это мы еще про аборты не говорили, потому что, это я прям даже начинать здесь не буду, но ясно, что это тоже все сюда же относится, проблемы с демографией. Связаны с тем, что мы стареем. Мы вымираем, это раз, а два, стареем. Эти процессы как бы усиливают друг друга и идут параллельно. Значит, вот статистика. На начало 2025 года люди 65 лет и старше составляли около 22% населения ЕС. То есть на каждые 100 человек трудоспособного возраста приходилось 34,5 человека старше 65. То есть чуть меньше 3 работающих на одного, который уже во многих странах выходит на пенсию. По прогнозам, в Германии у нас к 1935 году число людей в возрасте 67 и старше вырастет на 4 миллиона, всего будет 20 миллионов, что увеличит число нуждающихся в долговременном уходе с 5 миллионов в 2021 году до 6,8 миллиона к 1955 году, то есть на 37%. Кто живет в Германии, знает, что вот эта дискуссия про хаймы, дома престарелых, она не прекращается. Эта статья, это убыток постоянный, все время становится дороже пребывание в доме престарелых, все время, значит, урезают это всяческими разными способами, и все больше людей нуждаются в этом уходе. Здесь не принято жить семьями, как, например, на постсоветском пространстве, поэтому многие пожилые люди одиноки и живут одни и не могут заботиться о себе, поэтому это дома престарелых чаще, и эта проблема будет только нарастать. Почему еще это происходит? Потому что мы не просто стареем. У нас с каждым годом, сейчас вот замедлилось, у меня был стрим, что в мире замедлился прирост продолжительности жизни. Господи, наконец-то. Кто меня слушает, тот знает мою точку зрения. Я считаю, что где-то в районе 80 вот у нас и есть этот, значит, золотой предел. Но у нас, тем не менее, продолжается рост продолжительности жизни и за счет улучшения условий в большом количестве стран, и за счет улучшения фармы, мы про это дальше поговорим, что какая значительная часть фармы уходит именно на это, вместо того, чтобы на другое что-то, сейчас поговорим об этом, уходить. В общем, мы живем все дольше, но у нас растет гэп между продолжительностью жизни и продолжительностью здоровой жизни. Это две большие разницы. Одно дело, когда человек живет там до старости, он молод, он не молод, он уже не молод. Он активен, он не чувствует боли, у него нормально двигаются руки, ноги, у него нет каких-то заболеваний, которые ограничивают его подвижность, его ментальное состояние. В общем, он полноценно живет, он не страдает, а живет полноценной жизнью, не знаю, играет с внуками в казаки-разбойники, там, путешествует, или, наконец, сказал, все, следите с внуками сами, я уехал в Тибет. В общем, занимается чем-то в свое удовольствие. Нет, у нас все это совершенно не так, и у нас люди всю последнюю, наверное, треть жизни проводит в не очень хорошем состоянии. Например, в ЕС человек, достигший 65 лет, в состоянии на 24 год, мог в среднем рассчитывать еще на 20 лет жизни. Женщины побольше, мужчины поменьше. И меньше половины этого времени в среднем приходится на годы без ограничений по здоровью. То есть последние 10 лет, это все в среднем, да, кто-то и существенно дольше проживает. Последние 10 лет – это годы с существенными какими-то серьезными ограничениями по здоровью. В 2023 году ограничения здоровья или инвалидность отмечались примерно, официальных статистика, 52% европейцев старше 65 лет и 75% людей старше 85 лет. То есть люди вот в этом возрасте все, значит, борются за то, чтобы вот жить 80 дальше. Это абсолютное большинство из них. Это люди с серьезными проблемами со здоровьем или вовсе инвалиды. Те люди, которые без всяких этих, значит, супер-чудо-лекарств, там, рапамицин или что там вот этот чувак принимал, замечательный миллионер, у которого гастрит обнаружился. Рапамицин, кстати, принимал, но бросил из-за побочек. Слава богу, да, кто-то, значит, это прорекламировал, наконец. Люди, которые могут сами по себе дожить, вот долгожители, те самые генетические долгожители, которые мы знаем, есть причем разные генетические маркеры долгожительства, это не один ген, это прямо множество генов, у них просто по-другому все внутри устроено, у них условно там ДНК лучше репарируется, всякие, значит, сердце лучше, все, значит, лучше работает, они и здоровые, то есть, а большинство людей, которые вот всякими правдами, неправдами, значит, там скрипят, тошнят до этого возраста, они уже сильно больные. Особенно учитывая, что никто особо не стремится вести здоровый образ жизни, потому что это надо напрягаться, знаете, меньше есть, значит, меньше пить, не курить, не сидеть целый день на работе, а деньги вообще-то надо зарабатывать. Короче, абсолютное большинство людей после 65 лет уже, ну вот больше половины старше 65 лет, уже имеют серьезные проблемы со здоровьем или инвалидность, и 75% старше 85 лет. То есть мы видим растущий гэп между продолжительностью жизни и продолжительностью здоровой жизни. Естественно, это совершенно разные последствия и для человека, и для общества в целом. И в связи с этим у нас растет еще одна статья, а именно медицинские расходы, которые уходят не на то, чтобы создавать лекарства, которое в молодости, пока мы еще молодые и здоровые, помогает нам иметь меньше проблем, потому что проблем бывает не только у пожилых, хотя чем мы старше, тем проблем со здоровьем, естественно, больше. А максимально продлевать вот это вот здоровое долголетие? Нет. Достаточно большая часть медицинских расходов приходится на последние годы жизни и месяцы. Это не супер не превалирующая, но значительная часть. Вот циферки, там есть кое-какие интересные цифры. Значит, специально для вас вот их копала. Значит, расходы на здравоохранение, систему здравоохранения в течение последних 12 месяцев жизни людей составляют примерно 8,5-11,2% всех медицинских расходов. То есть примерно 10% всех медицинских расходов – это медицинские расходы на последние годы и месяцы жизни. То есть вы прожили 85 лет, и больше всего денег системы здравоохранения как бы потратили на ваш уход, и вы тоже потратили, да, если вы сами платите. Это последние годы и месяцы жизни. Чувствуете уже, да? Немножко перекос какой-то неправильный. У 49% людей, умерших, эти высокие расходы сохранялись длительно. Ну, то есть, очевидно, длительная болезнь. Да, хроническое какое-то заболевание, которое требует дорогостоящего лечения. У 12% наблюдался непосредственный рост прямо перед смертью. Ну, это вот что-то обострилось, и человек довольно скоропостижно скончался. Предварительно, значит, увеличилась сумма его расходов. Вот. И экономить тут довольно сложно, потому что невозможно определить, кто действительно находится, значит, уже вот умрет, простите, конечно, совсем скоро. А кто будет еще держаться? Огромное количество людей с тяжелыми, неизлечимыми заболеваниями живут еще много лет, страдая, дальше мы про это поговорим специально, и огромные деньги системы тратят здравоохранение на уход. Или, если человек сам платит, соответственно, сам этот человек или его семья, потому что сам он уже вряд ли может работать, тратят деньги на его уход. То есть вот эта разница между долголетием, которое все увеличивается у нас, ну вот я говорю, замедлилось немножко, и здоровым долголетием, которое не очень-то увеличивается, наоборот, у нас все раньше начинаются хронические болезни. Я уже говорила, ожирение, у людей там еще только вот там еще к 30, или вот только 30 исполнилось с небольшим, у них уже проблемы с давлением. То есть у нас все это начинается сейчас очень рано. У нас все больше и больше расходов на это уходит. Более того, еще один момент. Огромное количество новых препаратов, которые разрабатывают фармкомпании, те самые, которые обеспечивают нам комфортную жизнь, они разрабатываются как раз попытки продлить жизнь на несколько месяцев. А на разработку одного препарата уходит миллиарды долларов, да, потому что, я много раз говорила, в цену препарата входит цена всех препаратов, которые провалились на той или иной стадии испытаний. И вот теперь смотрите, вот просто про разумность происходящего. Фармкомпании могли бы заниматься чем-то еще, разрабатывать препараты, не знаю, да, что-то про фертильность, про улучшение здорового долголетия, про улучшение, может быть, продуктивности, я не знаю, еще чего-то, какие-то новые варианты озимпика, условно, я говорю. Ну, то есть вот что-то, что работает в той части жизни, когда мы еще молоды и активны, но нет. Значительная, или орфанные заболевания, да, редкие заболевания, значительная часть, огромная часть препаратов разрабатывается, чтобы продлить жизнь буквально на несколько месяцев. Например, онкологические препараты. Да? У нас принято говорить, что рак теперь не представляет такой проблемы. Все верно, это правда. Многие виды рака мы сегодня умеем лечить и достигать длительной ремиссии, но многие виды рака удается только на несколько месяцев снизить симптомы, ввести в ремиссию, а потом они все снова возвращаются. Принимается другая терапия, придумывается еще одна терапия. И, то есть они по чуть-чуть складываются, и, предположим, человек получает там 8 месяцев жизни. это хорошо, любой месяц жизни, если человек не страдает, и ему все окей, это хорошо, но я просто обращаю внимание на этот перекос. Понятно, спрос рождает предложение, но перекос этот существует, и, на мой взгляд, это вот так глобально неправильно, потому что, во-первых, у нас есть ограниченное количество денег, и если мы тратим огромное количество денег на разработку препаратов, которые дают несколько месяцев дополнительной жизни, мы не тратим эти деньги на разработку препаратов от чего-нибудь другого. Не знаю, кариес, какие-то кожные болезни, которые портят качество жизни, еще что-то. Более того, часть из этих препаратов значительно не достигает успеха. Вот немножко цифр. Значит, вот я нашла для вас исследование. Значит, среди 53 новых одобренных препаратов FDA или EMA, то есть американским или европейским медицинским регулятором, за десятилетие 2003-2013 год 11% увеличивали медианную общую выживаемость менее чем на 3 месяца. 43% минимум на 3 месяца. Для 15 величина выигрыша неизвестна, для 30 вообще не было доказательств продления жизни. То есть огромная часть денег тратится на препараты, которые либо на несколько месяцев увеличивают продолжительность жизни тяжелого человека с тяжелой болезнью, либо вообще не увеличивают. Например, да, это с раковыми препаратами бывает, когда мы видим, что симптомы уменьшаются вроде бы, но при этом выживаемость нет. Такое бывает. Значит, средняя прибавка среди препаратов, для которых удалось количественно оценить выживаемость, составила 3,43 месяца. То есть в среднем на 3 месяца и еще 10 дней увеличилась продолжительность жизни людей, а разработка препаратов, я напомню, стоит многие сотни миллионов, а иногда и миллиарды. Вот еще, но по другим данным, по FDA 2,8 месяца оказалась прибавка общей выживаемости. Вот более свежий обзор: 392 онкологических препарата, одобренных FDA, или терапия. Доказанное увеличение общей выживаемости имели только 125 препаратов или 32%. А для остальных, почти 70%, выживаемость либо не проверялась, либо не показывали данные, что она, вообще говоря, имеет место. То есть, обращаю внимание, это не значит, что не надо разрабатывать препараты от онкологии. Надо, и кому-то они, может быть, кто-то на них проживет много лет. Но, и это хорошо известный факт, среди всех тех, кто следит за тем, что происходит в сфере онкологии, все больше препаратов дают вот дополнительно несколько месяцев. И огромные деньги тратятся на это. Это не значит, что эти деньги не надо туда тратить, но, возможно, стоит стимулировать разработку препаратов со стороны государства, наверное, этот стимул должен быть, потому что со стороны людей понятно, стимул. Многие хотят, к вопросу о том, что не будет злоупотреблений, и нету, данные не показывают. И, в общем, природа человека такова, что очень многие цепляются за жизнь и не хотят никакой эвтаназии, хотят еще хоть месяц протянуть, пусть и со страданиями. Поэтому есть спрос на такие препараты, и фарма их разрабатывает. Соответственно, чтобы разрабатывались препараты другие, нужно стимулировать, видимо, уже со стороны государств, создавать какой-то интерес для фармкомпаний заниматься этим. Значит, это вот онкология, самый такой яркий пример. Но, в принципе, основные лекарства, которые мы принимаем вообще в жизни, в течение жизни, мы принимаем в последние годы и месяцы жизни. То есть, в принципе, вся фарма у нас работает вот на эти вот последние годы. Например, исследовали там 500 000 человек, старше 65, умерших с 2007 по 2013 годы, шведское исследование. Значит, доля людей, которые принимали 10 и более препаратов, выросла за год до смерти за год до смерти они принимали 30% принимало 10 и более препаратов, в последний месяц 47%, то есть на 17% увеличилось количество людей, которые принимают 10 и более препаратов. То есть фактически их жизнь невозможна без огромного количества лекарств, они настолько тяжело больны, что вынуждены принимать вот такое количество препаратов. То есть, еще раз, треть людей, которые умерли, принимали уже за год до смерти 10 плюс лекарств. То есть они были очень нездоровы. Вот если бы, как бы деньги, фармакологии и усилия государств по какой-то стимуляции и, я тут сказала, наджинг в сторону здорового образа жизни, возможно, просто сократилась бы доля людей, которым в 60 65 и старше нужно такое количество препаратов. То есть если бы мы в ту сторону бы сместили разработку лекарств, возможно, люди дольше бы жили здоровой жизнью. Да? Вот я все к этому клоню. Значит, что это за препараты? Анальгетики, понятно, обезболивающие, антитромботические препараты, значит, 68, значит, это половина, диуретики тоже половина из них принимают, ну и так далее. То есть вот мой поинт в этом, что у нас есть огромный перекос в фармакологии, которая могла бы спасти гораздо больше лет здоровой жизни, вот так бы я сказала, если бы настолько не был фокус на вот эти последние годы. Значит, теперь надо ускоряться, а то мы, значит, 15 минут у нас до 1,5 часов осталось. Почему люди выбирают эвтаназию? Я сказала, что людям свойственно цепляться за жизнь. Это, в принципе, хорошо, да, мы люди сложные существа, и это наше важное качество, да. Но далеко не все это делают, а довольно стабильный процент людей, вот так скажем, выбирают ассистированный суицид или эвтаназию. Значит, в принципе, кстати, эта доля там порядка 5%. Вот, например, Канада, да, у которой разрешено это все, 5,1% от всех смертей составили смерти при помощи ассистированного суицида. То есть, и вот эта цифра примерно, она постоянная. И в других странах мы видим похожую цифру. То есть мы не видим какого-то жуткого, после того, как разрешили это, значит, жуткий динамика, значит, как все поняли, что это можно, сразу, значит, всех родственников туда стали подпихивать. Итак, вот туда я даже делала табличку, я ее вам зачитаю, но сейчас я вам ее покажу. Почему люди выбирают отказ от жизни? Ну вот посмотрите на эти цифры. Значит, больше 100%, потому что можно было выбрать более одного ответа. Невозможность заниматься чем-то значимым. 95%. То есть люди понимают, что они уже довольно давно, обычно это не сразу, да, это решение принимается, естественно, проходит какое-то время, довольно длительное. Они вообще, их жизнь потеряла значимость, да, они ничего не могут из-за их состояния, они не могут вообще ничего значимого делать, ну, как бы такое овощное существование. Невозможность выполнять обычные действия, 85%, это про достоинство, что человек не может сам сходить в туалет, провести базовые гигиенические процедуры, там, помыться, поесть. Достоинство жизни — это важно, но достоинство — это тоже важно. И многим людям это крайне неприятно. Да, доставляет очень существенные моральные и психологические страдания, ощущение немощности, да, и невозможности ничего сделать, и что ты вынужден полагаться на помощь людей, которых ты, например, не хотел бы, чтобы стать для них обузой, но ты ничего не можешь сделать. Мы видим, насколько высокий процент людей, которые называют эти причины отказа от жизни. Утрата независимости — 75,5%, утрата достоинства — 63,5%, экзистенциальные страдания, то есть невыносимые страдания от понимания того, что бытие дальше не имеет смысла. Боль или страх боли — 56%. То есть половина этих людей испытывают физические страдания или боятся, что начнут, ну, например, онкология, да? Ощущение себя обузой почти половина, одиночество 22%. Ну, естественно, в основном, да, эти люди одинокие, ну, они большую часть времени проводят одни, а потом приходит кто-то, там, медсестра или их родственник, кто за ними ухаживает. На мой взгляд, это довольно пугающие цифры, чтобы порадоваться, что у нас в Германии разрешено ассистированное самоубийство. Вот, кстати, по Нидерландам тоже у меня тут циферки, значит, подобраны. Там тоже 5,8% всех смертей — это ассистированное самоубийство. То есть мы где-то вот в районе 5% так и находимся. То есть большинство людей не выбирают это, даже несмотря на то, что мы говорили, да, люди старше 65, 30% из них уже 10 препаратов принимают. То есть вряд ли они себя очень хорошо чувствуют. Но, видимо, они еще сохраняют какую-то автономию, может быть, могут работать, поэтому вовсе нет такого взрывного роста. Но важно, что люди, которые все это выбирают, почему это выбирают? Потому что жизнь больше не приносит им радости. Противники эвтаназии любят говорить, что жизнь ценна в виде в своем само по себе. Обычно они еще противники абортов, там, и всякое такое. Потому что вот жизнь как бы вот она вот в вакууме, такой сферический конь в вакууме, цена сама по себе. Ну нет, конечно, мы все-таки не амебы примитивные, да, мы сложные существа. И если жизнь не приносит радости, а приносит страдания, причем не только физически, но и психологически, да, ты не делаешь ничего значимого, ты обуза для тех, кто для тебя ценен, это ужасная жизнь. И так ли она цена, если люди хотят расстаться с ней? И получается, что запрет на эвтаназию в том или ином виде противоречит гуманистическим ценностям, которые лежат в основе западной цивилизации и которыми часто объясняют противники эвтаназии свои взгляды. Но у нас прямое противоречие. Получается, что человек уже не хочет дальше продолжать это, но решиться на самоубийство, очевидно, это очень трудный шаг. Но мы говорим, нет, продолжай, пожалуйста, потому что жизнь ценна сама по себе. Это уже жизнь, которая обуза для него, обуза для всех, обуза для государства, обуза для... Но нет, у нас есть вот абстрактные ценности, пожалуйста, непонятно ради чего, ради голый принцип, ради принципа. Мне кажется, надо чуть сложнее смотреть на вещи и рассматривать их с разных сторон. И тогда как-то вот все можно совершенно по-другому увидеть. Вот, потому что мне вообще кажется, что мы как вид, да, как цивилизация достигли уже до того уровня развития, что, чтобы признать, что жизнь не является однозначным благом, человек может быть вправе от нее отказаться, если он в сознании и может сделать сознательный выбор. Еще один момент, который поговорим, а дальше уже что успеем. Многие говорят, это все потому, что нет паллиативной помощи. Что вот была паллиативная помощь, они поэтому страдают, да, безусловно, но это потому, что государство не тратится на паллиативную помощь, была бы такая помощь, тогда все было бы по-другому, и люди бы вот доживали свои дни в достоинстве и без боли. Все так, паллиативная помощь — это очень важно. Но у нас есть цифры, опять Канада. Эти данные показывают, что в теории кажется, что это решение, на практике это не так. Да, с одной стороны, примерно 45% людей, когда им предложили паллиативную помощь, отозвали запрос на вот это ассистированный суицид. Но одновременно, то есть у нас же это по времени же разные вещи, 74,1% людей, которые таки довели до конца, то есть заявку подали на это ассистированный суицид, и он был проведен, уже пользовались паллиативной помощью. То есть вот эта идея, что просто у людей нет паллиативной помощи, поэтому они соглашаются на эвтаназию, цифры просто напрямую противоречат, что в Канаде 75%, то есть 3/4 людей, которые выбрали и довели до конца это решение, получали паллиативную помощь. Значит, она не облегчила их страдания, или не все страдания, или в недостаточной степени. Поэтому это не значит, что надо все, закрываем все паллиативную помощь. Нет, безусловно. Часть людей в достаточной степени будет облегчение, может, и экзистенциального кризиса у них, может, и нет, может, они продолжают работать, им паллиативная помощь нужна, но нет, она не является решением. И 75% людей, которые выбрали эвтаназию в том или ином виде, получали паллиативную помощь. Более того, значит, особенно в странах, где нет паллиативной помощи, говорят, что вот, ни в коем случае нельзя эвтаназия, потому что вот нет паллиативной помощи, это будет злоупотребление. Ровно наоборот, на мой взгляд, что в странах, где нет паллиативной помощи и особенно сильных обезболивающих, да, мы говорим про людей, например, в терминальной стадии рака, которая часто сопровождается чрезвычайно сильными болями, это просто пытка. По-другому это никак назвать нельзя. И отсутствие и паллиативной помощи, и возможности прекратить страдания, это, ну, вот это и есть, на мой взгляд, отказ от идеи гуманизма, так сказать, прямое попрание идеи гуманизма, а вовсе не следование им. Вот такие у нас есть цифры по паллиативу и по суициду. Значит, вот еще немножко цифр. Ну да, как я сказала, это 5-6%. Мы уже заканчиваем. У меня много еще осталось, но я уже не буду все это озвучивать. Так, быстренько пробегусь по основному. Как я сказала, нет никакого взрывного роста, 5-6% во всех странах, где есть, эта цифра остается на одном и том же уровне. То есть это не как в Футураме, да, где, значит, кабинки для суицида, как они там, Stop and Drop назывались, повсюду стоят. Или у Шекли есть неплохой роман, называется «Корпорация бессмертия». Там тоже про это много рассуждается. Нет, такого мы ничего не наблюдаем. Нет, такого нет. По крайней мере, на нынешнем этапе, да, экономического развития такого нет. То есть нет того, что люди, я поссорился с парнем, там, с девушкой, у меня проблемы на работе, пойду, значит, в кабинку для суицида. Мы такого не видим. Все-таки желание жизни в людях сильно, и причина, по которой они выбирают отказаться от нее, это обычно чрезвычайно сильные страдания, которые, это не бытовые страдания, вот эти от наших бытовых проблем, ну, неурядиц, которые у всех у нас случаются. Значит, по деньгам, про экономию быстро, очень коротко скажу. Говорят, вот это, значит, экономия. Значит, что экономия? Нет, на уровне отдельных людей это может быть экономия, потому что, как я сказала, вот эта помощь в последние месяцы и годы жизни, если у вас нет страховки, это колоссальные деньги, может быть. Но на уровне стран, то есть еще идея, что только разреши эвтаназию, страны тут же, значит, отменят всю эту паллиативную помощь и сразу всем будут эвтаназию прописывать, потому что это дешевле. Вот у меня есть цифры, не буду я их уже озвучивать, есть они по Канаде, естественно, по США. Экономия на уровне пациента, да, большая, очень существенная, особенно если нет страховки. На уровне государств, на уровне систем здравоохранения эффект остается небольшим. Например, вот по Канаде Расчетные модели показывают, что суммарная расчетная экономия составит 0,08% расходов вот местных региональных систем здравоохранения. Это потому что есть другие проблемы, потому что, да, им удастся сократить расходы там на паллиатив этих людей, но на паллиатив всегда спрос больше предложения, поэтому эти койки будут заняты людьми, которые не испытывают настолько больших страданий. То есть общая экономия для государства оказывается совсем небольшой для того, чтобы у них был серьезный экономический стимул всех, значит, подталкивать в сторону эвтаназии, чего боятся противники. А вот на уровне отдельного человека и его семьи это может быть существенная экономия. То есть это тоже важно, потому что человек понимает, что он уже не жилец, ему все равно умрет, но его семья вынуждена отказываться от многого, например, от образования детям, еще от чего-то, чтобы поддерживать жизнь, которую он сам бы хотел бы уже даже не поддерживать, но никакой возможности нету. В Британии похожие цифры есть, то есть общая идея не поддерживает экономические стимулы государства, всех, значит, убить немедленно и ради этого вводить законы об эвтаназии. Вот, давайте мы на этом закончим. Про, значит, то, нужны ли пожилые люди, мы не будем здесь говорить. Я про это уже как-то говорила. Если что, поговорим еще. Зачем пожилые люди, в принципе, в человеческом обществе? Нужны они или нет?
What just happened? And this is...
Me? I'm just an innocent bamboo parent. I got summoned here bright and early, only to find out it was all just a misunderstanding. Honestly, I'm starting to question the professionalism of your agency. What kind of detectives are you?
Let me explain. This upstanding Mr. Bangbu is the president of our agency, and I humbly serve as the vice president. Sure, there was a slight misunderstanding earlier, but as professional professional private detectives, we still got the job done for our customer. There are tens of thousands of Bangbu and Rose Califer. We tracked down yours in a single day. I'd say that's a pretty solid testament to our professionalism, no?
Fair enough. But unless my eyes are playing tricks on me, it's just the two of you running this agency, right?
Sorry, the president is in a bit of a hurry. Honestly, when it comes to uncovering the truth, he and I, plus a few off-the-book freelancers who occasionally drop in, are more than enough.
Wow, you two sure are confident.
If I've managed to earn your trust, then who knows? Maybe I can help you with your current problem.
What do you mean? Aside from getting dragged out early and missing my breakfast, I don't have any problems.
You ran into some trouble right after arriving in Rose Califer. I take it you haven't had a chance to properly explore the island. Judging by your expression, I'd say I'd nailed it. I've never seen your Bangbu on the island. The place you're living in now has been vacant for a long time, not to mention it's ESD property. Besides, Lastrum isn't exactly huge, and you were sticking right behind Hobble when you showed up. I guess you don't know your way around here. As for the problem you might have, considering you were brought in by the ESD from New Eridu, it's strange that you're not out enjoying pancakes and black tea at some cafe right now. Their administrative director isn't the type to leave VIPs hanging. Guess she's dealing with a headache of her own, I really am sorry.
You don't exactly sound sorry to me. But since it's come to this, got something to say, just spit it out.
Here's the deal. Hobble and I actually need a partner right now. Over the next few days, that'll only take a little bit of your time each day. Let's put it this way. I have a temporary detective assistant commission for you. It'll also give you a chance to get familiar with Buastrom. So, what do you say, esteemed proxy?
I don't know how you found out I'm a proxy, but okay, I'll take the commission.
Pleasure doing business with you. All right, let's get to it. Our other client for today is already waiting. Mr. President, why don't we share today's case files with our new partner?
Okay, I feel like going on a bit of a walk or drive. Oh shit. I'm not going to bike for quite a while, am I? Alright. Alright. We'll figure things out.
commission? What a drag. Another commission? What a drag. You're quite right. Think it over? Exactly. That's what I was thinking too. Just a recorded message. Hello, I'm the track. Audible signal tracking device back at your service. Follow the sound cues. Like last time, remember?
Should be this way. Almost there.
All right. Thanks for the heads up. Any hint from Crow? Multiple trackable signals detected. My. Looks like things are getting tricky. Let's track them down one by one. My marks are never wrong.
Welcome to Cuppa Moment. Hope you have a pleasant day. Welcome to Cuppa Moment. Hope you have a pleasant day.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking too. Hey, Mr. President, don't say it like that. competition between businesses, dilemmas and Bangbu families, psychological intervention for troubled teens, and advocating for animal rights. And those are all very serious matters.
Well, according to Crow, really did get caught up in a mountain of problems affecting every little part of Buastrom's residents' lives.
Now that's more like it. Who'd have thought a crippled crow could spread its wings and challenge the wind and the sun? Our specialty has always been digging through the wreckage and finding forgotten truths people leave.
Where did that come from all of a sudden? That doesn't sound like something you'd say. Definitely look like you're hiding some secrets. But relax, I'm a pro. I have zero interest in prying into my partner's privacy.
So you really aren't even a little curious? That's a shame. Then again, past of two nobodies like us probably aren't worth the attention of a VIP, especially brought over from New Eridu by the ESD. But I've got a feeling a real big case is coming soon. And when it does, we'll be working together again.
Good day, Mr. Crow.
Quiet. I'm thinking. Last night, I may have tricked that suspect, Boo, telling him I could hook him up with a job at the CCD. I never signed anything with him. He's got no proof. The day before yesterday, I did get into a little scuffle with that debtor, but I was careful. At worst, they could only classify it as minor injuries. No way they could squeeze money out of me. And 3 days ago, I borrowed the bakery's camera feed, but I used the temporary detective assistant's terminal to tap in. There shouldn't be any way to trace it back to me.
All that talk about making us temporary detective assistants, helping us get familiar with Buastrom, was really just about getting access to the security cameras?
Sorry, I can make I can explain. The bond between the president and me and you is real. That's not the issue here.
All right, Mr. Crow. No need to test my patience with childish games.
How can you call this childish?
Anyway, I've heard you're capable of deciphering clues the Airspace Patrol can't crack through their official channels. I've got a case for you that needs your expertise.
Since this is Airspace Patrol business, I probably shouldn't be listening, huh? I'll head out now. You two, carry on.
Take a look at this.
All right. This from the big shots. Is this the standard paper they use at Virium?
So I overrate.
So I've heard that the key to being like a successful YouTuber is just striking when the iron is hot. Do you know what I mean? Like if people are talking about a thing, you need to be talking about the thing so that you get like a natural algorithm boost. So that's what I'm gonna do today. Do you guys remember when a bunch of Twitter bros tried to convince scientists that absolutely knew better the whole time that a material called LK99 was a room temperature ambient pressure superconductor, despite zero evidence that this was the case? Remember that? The summer of LK99? Topical. Let's talk about that. Wah, na, na, na. Wow. Okay, so this is a science story video and not an explainer video, but I do want to give you just like the briefest background so you can follow along with the story. Materials have electrical properties that can be observed and also measured. Conductors are a class of materials that conduct electricity. They allow electrons to flow freely. In this instance, I am talking about electrical conductivity, but like you can conduct heat and other things. Like you can be a different type of conductor. Today we're talking about electrical conductivity. Good? Good? Okay, so a conductor allows electricity to flow through it. Right. It conducts electricity. It's good at that. You can compare that to an insulator, you know, which doesn't do that. Some of the best like elemental God damn it. There are words where I am using like a physicist definition and I worry the chemists are gonna get mad at me. When I say elemental conductor, I mean like if you had a hunk of that element and you were gonna use it to conduct electricity, some of them are good at that and some of them are not. In fact, I have a periodic table now. I'm a real professional. Give me a second. So I have a periodic table taped to the wall in this otherwise very dark room in my basement. And if you're talking like elemental conductor, like you have a hunk of it, this column here, best conductors. And like obviously you could make composite materials out of lots of things, but if we're just talking like basic ass level of conductors, it's here, copper, silver, gold. Okay, this column, well, there's a lot you can learn about electrons and like elemental structure from looking at the periodic table, but this column here is telling us that these metals have one electron in their outer shell. So if you're conducting electricity, having one electron that you can easily spring free or add back on makes it like really nice and easy to have electricity flowing through a material. Cool. So if I was teaching a class and I was like, hey, these guys have one electron, they're good conductors, what do you think would make a good insulator? That's right. Maybe the noble gases would be good insulators because their electron shells are filled and it's hard to take electrons off them. Cool. But I know what you're saying. Okay, alkali metals, these guys, they also have only one electron in their outer shell, so shouldn't these be good conductors? And like, they are. It's like an order of magnitude less than this column. That's because of like electron density. But I just want to point out the alkali metals because like when someone does point at the periodic table and say, look, they've got one electron, that makes them good conductors. Like that is a reason they're good conductors. It's not the reason. There are lots of reasons why materials behave the way they do. For example, alkali metals, you can't like manufacture them. You're gonna make a solid hunk of sodium wire. I hope it's not hot that day. God forbid that wire gets wet.
Running away? Too late.
Or like rubidium. Like yeah, you can get a hunk of rubidium, but it's gonna melt. You can't use it to make a conductor. You know, Francium, the universe says you can't even have that one. You're not allowed to. It doesn't matter if you have $1 trillion. You can never hold francium in your hand. That's against the rules. So yeah, copper, silver, gold. Silver and gold are like rarer and more expensive and bendier. So like when we're usually doing electricity stuff for like home use, we have copper wires. Okay, I'm gonna sit back down now. Okay, we're so back. Why do you look like you're at an angle? Can you not? Like, imagine if this was like a person holding the camera. I'm just yelling. No, I'm not. Okay, so conductance is related to resistivity, which you might be more familiar with. Here's the equation. It's a volume property. It's related to like the material itself and then like the size and shape of whatever you want to be resistive. Cool. You see that conductivity is like an inverse of resistivity. So if a material is a good conductor, that means there's low resistance. The resistance to the flow of electricity is small, which means it's good at conducting. So when you see something be a good conductor, you should plot low resistance. Cool, so that's a conductor. What's a superconductor? A superconductor is a material that's like super good at conducting. So superconductors can be classified according to different properties, but in a superconductor, resistance vanishes. There is no resistance to the flow of electricity. So superconductivity was first displayed in 1911 in a cryomercury experiment. When mercury is at 4 Kelvin, it displays the properties of superconductors. Zero resistance to electricity. And this is like a boom in research. Condensed matter theory, materials physics is one of the biggest fields of physics. People have been researching this for over 100 years. The theory to describe the effects we observe in superconductors is called BCS theory, and that came out in the 1950s-ish. Like I said, this is one of the biggest subfields of physics. It is a very interesting field of research, and people are doing lots of things all the time. Research is coming out all the time. So we classify superconductors through a couple different things. One of the things is their critical temperature. At what temperature does this material go from being like a regular conductor or regular metal to a superconductor? You can also look at how these superconductors behave around magnetic fields. Superconductors display something called the Meissner effect, where when they've reached that critical temperature and they are in their superconducting mode, they evacuate magnetic fields. So if you place them near a magnet, they will, well, the way it works is like they create like these little mini currents that counter the field exactly. They levitate. It's called the Meissner effect. The levitation is interesting, but really what we're seeing is the magnetic fields being evacuated from the material. So just because you see something levitating doesn't necessarily mean it's a superconductor. Like this is not enough. Diamagnetism is a pretty common-ish property of materials. Ferromagnets can also behave in interesting ways around magnets. This is not enough to prove superconductor. This is like the demo. This is the demo you take to like elementary schools and stuff, but this is not data. People can just fake videos, you guys. It's not. So you could ask, why is this one of the biggest subfields of physics? Why do we want superconductors? And I'm always going to have like the most non-cynical answer to that question, which is like, if professional physicists are interested in researching something, we should let them, because we don't know what the results will be. Science is incremental, and like maybe they discover something like, for example, MRI machines use superconducting wires. So without some guy farting around in his lab in 1911 being like, when you get this real cold, it doesn't have resistance, we wouldn't have MRI machines, which of course improve healthcare and lead to like medical discoveries. So why do we care about superconductors? Like, let them research it, let them figure it out. That's all I have to say. But like also the properties of superconductors are beneficial in other fields of advanced research. Like, of course, superconductors generate these big magnetic fields, which is why they're used in MRIs, but that's also helpful in like quantum experiments, like atom traps or nuclear reactors. Like you want to keep all of your ingredients in the smallest, tiniest little box, so when you start your runaway process, you have everything there together. To do that, you need these giant magnetic fields, so you use superconducting materials. With everything, I'm always like, well, research is for research, but there's also industrial applications. One of the issues with the industrial applications of superconductors is that they have to be real fucking cold. So right now, I mean, this is not my field of research, so I only know like, I don't know any of the secrets of what the actual best superconductors are, but like right now in the public, The best superconductors operate at like 200 Kelvin, which I should have looked up. That's gonna be like negative 100 Fahrenheit. I don't want to get into units discourse. It's fine. Just convert. It doesn't matter what unit you use except Rankine. Rankine is a stupid temperature scale. That's just dumb. But the best superconductors at this moment, meaning the ones that can operate at like regular temperatures, work at about 200 Kelvin, which is still quite cold. You still have to have a whole refrigeration set up if you're going to use it. So industrial applications are limited with the associated cost of like keeping everything really cold. If you're just making some ordinary electrical setup in a building, you could just use copper and deal with the loss due to heat and just deal with it, because like copper is pretty good. Or you could get a superconducting wire and keep everything so cold and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars a month on cooling. Do you know what I mean? Like at this moment, industrial applications are limited, which is why people want a room temperature superconductor, because if you have the thing that does the thing at a room temperature and you don't have to cool it, well then now you're in business. Now you can use it for those everyday uses. So that's why room temperature superconductor is like instant Nobel Prize. And I've spent this whole video, and I will continue to say room temperature. When I say room temperature, I mean room temperature and also ambient pressure. You can get a room temperature superconductor if you also have it under high pressure, but what you want if you want to use it in everyday applications is room temperature and also ambient pressure. But like PV equals nRT, like pressure and temperature are related. So I will be saying room temperature. I want you to remember room temperature plus ambient pressure. Great, so that's the background. That's all you need to know. Let's talk about LK99. The Saturday, July 22nd, 2023, a paper appeared on the archive. The first room temperature ambient pressure superconductor by authors Li, Kim, and Kwon. It's on the archive. They have a material they've been working on since 1999. LK99, LK for the authors, 99 for the year in which they started working on it. The evidence they have is this. The little videos saying like, see, this is the Meissner effect. This is levitating. It's a room temperature superconductor. And within the paper are some plots being like, hey, look, this behavior is a superconductor. We did it. The first ever room temperature ambient pressure superconductor. The abstract says that this material, LK99, behaves like a superconductor up to 400 Kelvin, which, if you remember earlier, I said the best superconductors were right now at 200 Kelvin. This is extraordinary to claim, right? You went from having to freeze superconductors at incredibly cold temperatures to like, these will work on the hottest days in the desertest of deserts. That's extraordinary. That's shocking. And then 2 days later, July 25th, 2023, Alex Kaplan, who has an undergraduate degree from the physics department at Princeton University and should have known better, tweeted this. Today might have been the biggest physics discovery of my lifetime. I don't think people fully grasp the implications of the ambient temperature pressure superconductor. Here's how it could totally change our lives. 1 billion kilowatt of electricity are wasted on transmission losses each year in the US alone. That's equivalent to 3 of our largest nuclear reactors running 24/7. Superconductivity enables lossless electricity transmission at high voltages and currents. According to the authors, the LK99 material can be prepared in about 34 hours with extremely basic lab equipment, a mortar and pestle, basic vacuum, and furnace. These results could replicate within days or weeks. 3. Nuclear fusion reactors rely on superconductors for plasma confinement. Modern designs use RBCO, YBCO superconductors cooled with liquid helium, creating a huge temperature gradient and challenging operation. Ambient superconductors enable a whole host of new reactor designs. 4. Quantum computers use superconductors to preserve coherence in qubits. Small changes in temperature and pressure can cause the entire QC to fail during operation. Imagine a room temperature quantum computer on your desktop. Now possible. Okay. 5. Superconductors might be the best batteries out there. Simply inject a current and keep it in the coil until you need it. Previously, too costly to maintain. Now, totally feasible. 6. Your iPhone won't overheat when playing Subway Surfer with a YouTube video in the corner anymore. Ultra-efficient computer chips will have zero resistive losses during their operation with superconductors. No need for cooling fans. 7. And the common ones. Super cheap MRI machines, maglev trains everywhere, and super efficient electric grids basically this. And then it's like a Star Trek style utopia picture. 8. I cannot contain my excitement. It feels like January of 2020 with a huge wave coming that no one realizes yet, but in a much better way. What a time to be alive! Check out the paper. Addendum. A lot of my Princeton physics friends are convinced this is pretty legit, and I am too. Like, figure 4 is a pretty good sign. And was nowhere to be found in the previous DS et al. Fiasco. Hopes are up. So the DS et al. Fiasco was in 2020. A guy got a paper published in Nature saying he had a room temperature superconductor, and like people were immediately like, "Hey, this is fake. This is obviously fake. We can't reproduce this in any way," and it got retracted. That was much bigger in the physics community because it was like, actually published. So this tweet went viral. Millions of people were looking at it. Subreddits were formed with very serious science-minded people who were like, we can't be posting memes. This is serious science. There's talk of like, don't get your hopes up. Science is so slow, which is funny because we're in the future. So this was like hype from Twitter bros. But scientists were not paying any attention to this in any way at all for reasons which I will get into later. So July 31st, 2023, a Dr. Griffin from Lawrence Berkeley National Lab puts a theory paper on the archive as a preprint and announces it on Twitter. I'm not gonna lie, this is like cringe into the deepest part of my bones. Like you're posting a link to your preprint on the archive with an Obama mic drop gif. I just
fucking
look at it.
no, I mean
Look at this. Yikes. And especially once you read the content of the paper, to have posted this tweet, oh, it's so embarrassing. Also, interestingly, like the next day, another group from Boulder posted their theory work with a very similar theory analysis. These papers do not say, oh, look, LK99 might be a superconductor. If you read these theoretical analysis of models of LK99 as described in the original preprint that was posted July 23rd, what these two papers say are like, well, there is something interesting. Something could possibly be there, which is how science works, right? Usually people don't write papers like, I agree it could be a superconductor, because you don't have enough evidence to claim that. So when you write a paper, you're like, I did a theoretical analysis and I saw this, which could be an interesting feature. Maybe. But then to pair that with this tweet of like a mic drop, you knew what you were doing. Oh, it's so embarrassing. I don't like it. But anyway, because these are respected scientists, and they still are, the hype on Twitter is like huge. Now they're like, we're so back. A real scientist agreed. This is confirmation. It wasn't a confirmation. If you read the papers that were put up, they weren't confirmations, but like you can't expect people getting all their science news from Twitter to read the papers. They actually rely on other tweeters to read the papers and summarize them for them. Like this guy, Andrew Cote, he's like, here's the plain English explanation for the paper, just like giving a 2-paragraph explanation, and like his explanation is fine. I just find it really interesting that he's like, these results support LK99. No, they don't. That's specifically not what that paper does. And he even says it. He says, lastly, these interesting conduction pathways emerge when a copper atom percolates into the less likely location in the crystal lattice, or the higher energy binding site. This means the material will be difficult to synthesize since only a small fraction of crystal gets its copper in just the right location. So LK99, that paper is like, this thing is so easy to make, it's so easy to manufacture, and as soon as you make it 34 hours later, it's amazing and brilliant and works as a superconductor. And these theory papers say, well, there is an interesting property of this material that's like really not likely to happen in large samples, so it would be very, very, very hard to make as like an industrial manufacturing scale. Those are the same papers. He says these theory results support the LK99 work, and then he directly contradicts himself with what the paper actually says. These don't. These don't support LK99. I really like the way this Reddit comment explains it, so I'm going to read it to you. He is exaggerating the significance of the theoretical papers. It's not like they simulated the material and concluded it was a superconductor. It's more like if a biologist had published a photo of a dragon and wrote a paper claiming he had seen it breathe fire. Then someone wrote a response paper saying, I have no idea if this photo shows a dragon or if dragons can even exist, but the proportions of the limbs look pretty much right for a flying animal, and there's a weird pouch under its neck that could maybe be involved with breathing fire. The theoretical results just mean the initial claim isn't completely preposterous, not that it's actually valid. And again, if you read the papers, it's obvious that that's what they actually say. When you saw people at the time talking about this story, they would say like, oh, the initial results referring to these two theory papers proved that it was a real superconductor, and no, not in any way at all. These papers say, hey, it's not crazy that something interesting could be happening, and that's it. That's all. It's just like, in my opinion, these two theory papers are like inching towards grifting. In my opinion, these two papers were written maybe in some sort of attempt to bolster their tenure profile and be like, look at all the media attention I get, look at all the press I get, because in my opinion, you are intentionally misrepresenting your results in order to feed this hype train and get attention. And it's very funny to me that two separate groups of respected scientists decided to do this at exactly the same time. That's funny, but it's not good. It's not good that they did that. And of course, scientists must respond to this. Like, these are real groups making real claims that, okay, you have to look at it now. August 8th, 2023, when LK99 is thoroughly 100% debunked by like 4 different groups. Here's a tweet where someone was like, here's the paper in my Google Drive, and then they put it on the archive later. These are the papers that would, of course, get published with the actual results, and it's thoroughly debunked. First, it also wasn't published. It was placed on the archive. It was not submitted to a journal. This was never a published paper. Placed on the archive July 23rd, 2023, thoroughly debunked in every single aspect by August 8th, 2023, a little over 2 weeks. Fantastic claim, hilarious, very specific point-by-point debunk. 2 weeks later. Crazy. What a crazy time. It's so over. I didn't really talk about what the context of the LK99 paper was because there was nothing there. But when I describe the debunk to you, you will learn a little more about what the LK99 group thought they were doing and why they had no idea. So first, let's talk about the Meissner effect. So the LK99 group posted videos like this, which like people got really excited about, I guess. But like, have you ever seen a superconductor, like a demo displaying the Meissner effect? Those look like this. This is a very lackadaisical levitation. Would you call this levitating? This looks like, do you know that Resident Minefield guy, where he would like stand on the wheel and be like, no, if you stand directly right here, it looks like I'm levitating. I'm doing that. That's what this is. This is such a big fucking magnet. If this material they had was in any way a superconductor, this thing would be like inches above it. This is a huge magnet. This is obviously not a superconductor. This is obviously not a magnet. This doesn't even look impressive. This is like a child playing with like that little toy with the paper clips on a magnet. Who fell for this? Not scientists. There was a scientist, let me read his name, Derek Van Gennep. I'm so sorry, Derek Van Gennep. He was like, this looks to me like ferromagnetism, so I took some graphite and I squished it together with my fingers, and look, I can recreate what they've got. This is not the Meissner effect. This is not superconductivity. I found that very funny. He didn't even publish the paper. He was just like, look, you can just recreate this video. This is nonsense. I like this. I like this guy a lot. But once these theory papers got published, of course, physicists were like, well, we have to respond. We're going to actually publish a paper. And one of the first was this Chinese group where they recreated the LK99 sample like as best they could from the instructions given in the paper, which were not great because it wasn't a well-written paper, and they found immediately that it was not a superconductor. It was everyday ferromagnetism. Let me read a quote from one of the authors. Lee Ron said, "It's like the filing iron experiment. The ball gets its lifting force, but it's not enough to levitate it, just enough to keep it balanced on one end." The LK99 sample, they're saying, look, it's the Meissner effect. Everyone's saying, well, no, this is ferromagnetism. So what is causing it to be a ferromagnet? So now I have to tell you that on Twitter, during this 2-week period, people were trying to recreate LK99 in like their home lab. Anyone who had access to any equipment and was like a Twitter bro was doing this. There was like a Russian cat girl who claimed to have made it in like her home. She was some sort of soil scientist, and she was like, look, I have a picture, I'm not gonna take a video, but like it's super easy. And there's this guy, Andrew McCullough.
What happens, it's just very, very cool that this team is able to, move so quickly to like advance the science.
It's not CGI. It's absolutely real. So it's either something novel or some sort of anomalous magnetic behavior that we haven't really seen before.
And there's this guy, Andrew McCullough, and he was like live streaming his recreation on Twitch. And he was following the instructions, which were not very well laid out, because you guys, they had been working on this for 25 years and they couldn't make the sample. Okay, but anyway, Andrew McCullough, he's the first person I think in America, because like the scientists didn't take this seriously for like the first week, right? But the Twitter bros were. So he recreated a sample, and then it was taken to USC and they did X-ray spectrography on it, and they found like a bunch of iron. McCullough called this Meissner effect or bust. He was gonna recreate it, and it's like a huge bust. Like the way they made the material means it had a bunch of iron impurities in it, and if a metal has iron in it, it is a ferromagnet, and it will do this. This has nothing to do with the Meissner effect. No. No. Videos like this are demonstrations. They are not what a superconductor is. It's a demo. So what you actually have to debunk is whether or not the LK99 material shows nearly zero resistance at 400 kelvin. And in order to do that, you have to make the sample. This is my favorite part of the debunk. This American chemist from Illinois, he's Professor James. He wrote a quick paper that was like, hey, I'm a professional chemist. They're citing a very specific temperature, and I recognize that temperature immediately as a transition of copper sulfide, which, if you look at the LK99 paper, you can see that has obviously contaminated their sample. So what they are seeing is the behavior of copper sulfide. This guy is like what the dream is. Right? He's like, oh, I have this huge amount of information in my head about chemistry. I see what you're trying to do. I can plot that immediately as you have copper sulfide in your sample, and it is causing exactly what we expect copper sulfide to do, which is behave like a pretty good conductor. And this is because the LK99 group had an unbalanced chemical equation when they were trying to make this material. For every one LK99 they made 17 copper and 5 sulfur. Their sample of LK99 was mostly copper sulfide, and copper sulfide is a conductor, and the temperature they're claiming to observe is associated with copper sulfide. It's not a superconductor at room temperature, it's copper at room temperature. You know, think like a scientist. You want to test this further, and that's what this Chinese group did, where they were like, okay, well, let's make LK99 and just change the fraction of copper sulfide and see how that changes the superconductor properties. So they changed the level of copper sulfide impurity in the sample, and they saw that it changed the curves. They were like, this is not a superconductor, this is just copper. It behaves like copper sulfide. And then this German group was like, that makes sense. Cool. If we were to, I don't know, make a pure sample of LK99 without any copper sulfide, and then we did the same measurement, we wouldn't see a conductor at all, right? Because you remove the thing doing the conducting, right? And so this German group, again, within 2 weeks, made a pure sample of this material that this group from Korea had been trying to do for 25 years. And they had a pure sample, and they found that actually LK99 is an insulator. It's not a conductor. at all. These results were also backed up by theorists who made working theoretical models of the material, and they were like, we would not expect this to be a superconductor in any way. All of this was published together in a nice little Nature write-up that I don't have access to because I'm not giving Springer money. I will not. The copper sulfide impurities causing a metal to look like a conductor because it's got copper in it is very interesting to me because this is a known fact about copper sulfide. In the 1830s, there was an English physicist called Robert Fox, and he would go into mines and like measure the electrical conductivity of different ores and minerals and how they changed with like depth and temperature and stuff. And he noted that mixing metals with sulfur made them act as conductors. And there's tons of papers since. I saw this paper from the 50s, a Japanese paper, where they're like, hey, look, we measured the resistance of copper sulfide. We measured the phase transitions. Look at this temperature. Okay, so there's a saying in experimental physics, which is that 10 minutes in the library will save you 10 years in the lab. All of this information was known to the community. Had the LK99 group submitted this paper, and it turns out they had submitted it years earlier, it got immediately rejected, which it still would. It would have. If they had submitted this paper, maybe it would have gotten desk rejected, and the person would have been like, hey, you just need to read up on materials. Or maybe it would have gone to a reviewer, and they would have got someone like Professor Jane, who would have been like, hey, I recognize that temperature. You have a copper sulfide contamination. That's what's causing this, you know? This was immediately clocked as incorrect by physicists, and in a little over 2 weeks was completely debunked. This group had been trying to make a sample for 25 years, and Germans did it in 2 weeks. Is LK99 a room temperature superconductor? Absolutely not. No. But we knew that the whole time. And this is when everyone started thinking it was so over. On August 6th, there was a YouTube video published that was an interview with Alex Kaplan, which is like this Twitter guy. And he was like, I'll say publicly, there's like a 10% chance. And it's like, where are you getting that number, man? 10% chance. You're one day. You are within hours of seeing the thorough debunks. Like,
I think people are still underestimating the importance of this thing. You know, if there's a chance it's real, which I'll say publicly kind of for the first time, I would put it around 10% or something. Like, I don't think it's going to turn out, but there is a chance it's real. This would be like the most important physics discovery of our lifetime by far.
Where do you get the number 10% chance? But, you know, he was the hype man. Now he has to like kind of ease into being like, man, I guess not, right? This guy, Andrew Coate, is like, okay, there's been a number of replications. No, stop saying that there were studies that confirmed the results of they did not. None of them did. He's like, well, now I'm increasingly skeptical. And then he blamed the papers for being like, you guys gave me hope. And it's like, well, if you had read those papers thoroughly, you would have understood that they were not confirmations of LK99. But also, if you're tweeting mic drops, then you want to convince people that it's a thing. So, I mean, yeah, that's kind of messed up. Although Griffin, she gave an interview on like one of the Nature things where they were trying to wrap everything up, and she was like, hey, my paper never said LK99 was a superconductor. And it's like, that's true, but also you tweeted this. So what are you saying? What are you saying? You knew that you were publishing something that was like scientifically defensible. Like, hey, there could be something interesting here. But you also knew the public would interpret your like wishy-washy, like, maybe it's worth looking into as confirmation. And they did, because every time you look up this story, people talk about how in the early days there were lots of confirmations, even though there wasn't a single confirmation, because your paper was not a confirmation of the superconductor properties of LK99. But you did benefit from the fact that people, like, you confused people on purpose. It's just that this whole moment might be the most embarrassing thing in this whole saga. I don't like looking at it. Like, days later, all the people who are tweeting are just like, we're doomed. Our dreams are dashed. It's so over. It's so over. And it was. I think this is a fascinating story. Like, it's a nice little packet of like, someone makes extraordinary claims. This whole group of experts in their fields come together and they come up with theoretical models, they run experiments, they create samples, they do tests, and they're like, no. I don't know if you could tell, but I wanted to keep saying the countries people were from, because like, it's so interesting that like this happened so quickly. Like the Europeans would go to sleep and the Chinese teams would take over, you know, like everyone paused what they were doing to be like, all right, I guess we'll take a look at this. I think it's a fascinating story of science working. That's the story, right? Someone posts a preprint, not even a submitted paper, on the archive, July 23rd. Full debunk, absolutely not. This paper makes no sense. A little over 2 weeks later. What a ride. I love it. Science works. And honestly, you could probably stop watching here if you want. That's the story. Like, scientists knew it was nothing the whole time, but people got so excited that they had to respond, and they did, and it only took them 2 weeks. Isn't that lovely? These people all across the world, these experts in their field with their brains full of like literature reviews, are able to look at the paper and immediately clock like, that's a weird temperature, that model doesn't make sense, why can't we just make a sample? 2 weeks, crazy, it's so cool, I love it, I love it. You can just solve problems like this, that's amazing. But if you want to keep going, I have more to say, because this story, it doesn't make any fucking sense, does it? I feel like everyone has forgotten LK99. Like, scientists, they knew it was nothing the whole time. The Twitter hype got so big that they were like, I guess here, no, see? And then the hype died down, and the LK99 Twitter people just, they moved on to the next thing and forgot about it. But I remember it, and I think it's weird that it became a thing at all. The first time I heard about LK99 was I woke up to a bunch of emails, and people were like, you gotta check this, you gotta make a video on this. They made a room temperature that's gonna change the world. You gotta make a video. And I knew immediately that I would not make a video. Well, I guess I am making a video, but about the event, not really the paper, about that paper, because as soon as you click on it, I mean, you can just see the title and know that this is not science. There's nothing in here. Like, that's a trend I noticed. Everyone I talked to with a scientific background was like, I can't believe people are taking this seriously. This is nonsense, you know? And the Twitter bros are like, guys, infinite power, abundance. Your cell phone can do Subway Surfers and YouTube at the same time. Isn't that weird? Like, how did every scientist in the world know, I don't need to pay attention to this, this isn't anything? And then everyday people without scientific experience had a completely different reaction. What's going on with scientific literacy? It's just that this is a weird thing that has happened. It is weird that the biggest science event of the summer was so exciting and so interesting, except to scientists who knew it was garbage crap the whole time. Like, that's weird. It's weird, right? So my understanding is that scientists develop an intuition for which papers are worth their time and which papers are not. Because the thing is, thousands of papers are put on the archive every year. A lot of crap gets through their little crackpot filter, and there's just not enough time. So when people emailed me a link to this archive, I saw the title and I was like, not worth my time. But like, let's just go through it together.
What do you need me to do?
I get this email and immediately my brain says, no, that's not anything. Because like this is not my field, but I know what the current level of like average superconductor is, and I know that this is a huge jump in technology. So my assumption is that no, of course they didn't change the world. There's a quote from Ina Vishik. She's a professor of condensed matter physics at UC Davis, and it's in one of the Nature write-ups. She says, my first impression was no. Yeah, me too. Also me. My first impression is also no, of course. These unidentified superconducting objects, as they're sometimes called, reliably show up on the archive. There's a new one every year or so. Yeah. Like this happens all the time, and it's never been anything. You don't understand how often this appears on the archive. You don't have to pay attention to this, right? But then, like, say you go further and you want to look in the archive, and you'll see this wasn't even submitted. Like, this was not submitted to a journal. This isn't even like it's not an article. It hasn't been peer reviewed, but it also hasn't even started the process of getting peer reviewed. I don't need to pay attention to this. If you want to go further, you could open the PDF and it's a fucking Word document. You guys, this isn't what a science paper. This is a Word doc. No one's writing their papers in Word. If you open this, again, immediately no. This isn't worth your time. There are so many good papers to read. There is so much good research out there. You don't need to waste your time on this. This is not going to be a thing. But I mean, then you can check the affiliations. Like, do you think earth-shattering, world-changing, giant paradigm-shifting leap forwards in superconductor technology is going to be from a company you've never heard of? No. But I mean, we can still go further. Look at what this says. For the first time in the world, that's not how scientists talk. That's not a thing. It's just, this is not how people speak. Even the title, I find very suspicious. Right away from the title, "We have done this," is suspicious. Because usually scientists are a little more cagey than that. Usually they'll say like, possibility of. This is weird and ostentatious and it makes me think it's not real. And I was right to think all those things. But then, like, again, you could keep researching it. Why is it LK99? What is that? Oh, they've been working on this since 1999. They say it's incredibly easy to manufacture. It's made from household ingredients in a high school level chemistry lab. And it's a room temperature superconductor. And they have been working on it for 25 years. And this is the first. No, that doesn't make any sense. You don't have to read this to know it doesn't make sense. And of course, I am not a condensed matter physicist. This is not my field, but these plots are nonsense. First of all, they're really poorly formatted and you can't read them, but also, this does not show anything. Any person from any field of science, I think, could look at these plots and be like, this is bad. This is not how data is presented. This is not a good paper. You don't have to read this or know anything about superconductors to clock this as what it is, which is why the scientific community was not interested in any way at all in this. So why were Twitter bros so excited? What does this say about the state of scientific literacy in the world that every single scientist is like, immediately no, and Twitter bros are like, guys, Star Trek abundance is happening. Imagine infinite power. Now, obviously, my little checklist of things I was clocking does not automatically mean a paper is bunk, right? Like, people put preprints on the archive all the time before they submit it. Like, there's this thing in Europe where they get like months of vacation. Isn't this crazy? And sometimes people will be finishing something up, but they don't want to like go through the whole thing to submit it. So they'll just plop it on the archive to make sure it's out there, and they'll submit it when they get back from their vacation. Yeah, that sounds good. So like, I mean, that's not crazy. And like, there's a language difference, right? So maybe the way they're phrasing the title is how they do it in their native language, and they've translated it, and I'm just clocking it as weird. Sure, I mean, maybe, fine. I've also heard that chemists sometimes put their preprints up in Word documents, which is fucking crazy. That's bonkers, but I mean, maybe they do. And also, like, I was like, I've never heard of this company. I mean, every company you've heard of used to be a company you hadn't heard of. Like, maybe this was their big breakthrough. I'm just saying, all of those things aren't like an automatic no. It's the combination with the topic and what this looks like, and the fact that the plots look like this all together, immediately you clock this as what it is, right? All of this together tells you not to waste your time on this. Guys, you don't know how much, there's so much science being done. Why would a scientist ever waste their time on this when they could read something that was like actually thought out by someone who knows the field they're working in and is a well put together paper? Why should I waste what little time I have on God's green earth reading this paper when they don't even believe in it enough to put it under peer review? Do you know what I mean? I respect myself more than this. I don't need to look at this. Listen, I'm not saying the average person needs to have a handle on BCS theory, but you know that the best superconductors right now are operating at like 200 Kelvin. This group says, hey, we've doubled that. You've never heard of us. Our samples look like this. We certainly won't send them to people to test, and also we refuse to submit our paper for peer review. You should see those facts and be like, I don't need to worry about this. This is nonsense. I think the average person should be able to do that. And it frightens me that this got so much hype when obviously, you guys, obviously, I want to compare this paper to a paper. This paper from 1986. The authors submitted this paper specifically to a easy-to-publishing journal where they knew the editor. That's a little sus, right? And also, they're from IBM. That's a company. And, but like, look at the title. Possible High-T Superconductor. Compare that to, for the first time in the world, we have done the impossible. But, like, look at the plots. Look at this paper. This is a nice paper. They're saying, hey, it's possible we have a high-temperature superconductor. Listen, we haven't seen the Meissner effect. These are early results, but like, look at it. This paper blew up the world. This paper was published in Germany, and they're like, hey, possibly we have a new idea in superconductors, right? 8 weeks later, groups in Japan and the US had recreated the results. This was an explosion in superconductor research. This paper came out in 1986. These guys won the Nobel Prize in 1987. That's a hell of a turnaround. I think that's still the record. Okay, this is what an actual paper looks like. See the difference? Twitter is like, these are the same things. And it seems obvious to me. Like, seeing this, someone emailing me this and be like, this is the biggest news of your lifetime. I can immediately clock it for what it is. I have like a little ticker in my brain and I'm like, oh, I see all these things. I don't need to read this. Of course I...
Free as disguise.
Could be wrong. I could be proven a fool. Like, again, this is their extraordinary claim. They could easily prove it. Give the sample to the lab. Make it again and show us an actual video. Like, they could have easily proven it, and then there I would be Boo-Boo the fool being like, I didn't believe it at first. And like, that's fine. It's on them to prove what the thing they're saying is true. This is how science works. It is not my job to prove your barely legible Word document with undescribably bad plots is a science paper, right? And yet, I just think a person with zero science background should be able to see the difference in these two things without knowing anything about superconductor theory. Like, one of these papers is reporting their findings without hyperbole, in a easy to read, easy to understand manner with plots that make sense. And you can compare that to this, which is nonsense. This is a viral Twitter experience. This is not a science paper.
And I think you could see this disparity in a lot of the discussions that were being had. Someone would post as if they had a lot of knowledge, being like, this changes everything, infinite abundance. You know, I have an example. Let me read it to you. There is substantial evidence that shows a new material that has drastically reduced resistance when compared to current standard materials used for electronics. Research about LK99 was submitted for peer review, and if the claims are real, which most signs point to them being so, we could be entering a new era of computing where LK99 replaces the copper used in electronics due to the significantly reduced heat produced by the metal. There's that. So this guy responds by quoting, if the claims are real, which most signs point to them being so, by saying, that's debatable. It seems that the results have not been reproduced so far, and people in the field have doubt about the premises. Some data seems weird. Saying that all signs point to it being real is a bit premature, like so polite. So, like, this guy posted nonsense, bit premature, like so polite. So, like, this guy posted nonsense, and someone who understands what's going on has to be like, hey, actually, like, let's look at this again. It says there is substantial evidence that shows a new material that has drastically reduced resistance when compared to current standard. No, there is not substantial evidence. There's this, and these plots you can't read. Everyone was saying this. Where were they getting it? They were, of course, just repeating what the Twitter bros were saying, who also had no idea. Further, research about LK99 was submitted for peer review. Absolutely no, it wasn't. It was placed on the archive. That's not the same thing. No. And if the claims are real, which most signs point to them being so, there were no signs. The claims were incredibly ambitious, and every single scientist clocked it immediately as no, and yet people feel very confident being like, scientists, their reports, they're saying, is like, no, they're not. They're absolutely not. They go on to say, or we've all been fooled, and a group of highly skilled scientists are trying to fool us into thinking they have something they don't. First of all, you've been fooled. The scientific community was not fooled. I wouldn't call this a group of highly skilled scientists. They can't even make a plot, okay? The disparity between what is happening and how Twitter bros are responding, it's oceans apart. Nobody thought this was legit. Scientists were not excited. And yet, this was the story that was being told at the time. It's shocking. Some scientists gave these interviews after this whole debacle being like, well, a positive thing is that people got really invested in science. And I would say that maybe I'm just more cynical. I do not see this event as positive because the people who experienced it, as in this Reddit thread, were not experiencing factual events. They are not living through what is actually happening. They are living in, guys, it's
Yay.
going to be infinite energy. Scientists are saying, even though none of the scientists were saying, the public saw this garbage Word document on the archive and they were like, whoa, a group of skilled scientists have made a report and put it for peer review, and that's just not what happened. If you believed that this was a group of skilled scientists who put a paper through peer review, you may have seen scientists quickly respond and do what science does and be like, here you go, but that's not what happened. The whole community knew that this was bunk the whole time. I have been fascinated by this event for 3 years because I don't think it makes any fucking sense. How can there be thousands of people who claim to be super interested in science, who claim to be following the latest science? Guys, let's not meme about this. Let's take this seriously and also be convinced by this, proving they don't know anything about science. How can people be so hyped? How can they be waking up at 3 a.m. to check Twitter threads in response to this? I think I have the answer, and I think it has to do with conspiracy physics. There's a group of people who think physicists haven't done anything in 70 years. They think physicists just want to make new super colliders. They think there's some evil cabal. If you say string theory is stupid in physics, they cut your face off. Did you know? That's what they're like. I made a video about them, and I don't think I was mean enough about how dumb it is to think that. But these conspiracy physicists see something like, oh my god, this tiny group you've never heard of from Korea made a room temperature superconductor. Real scientists have been trying to do that for 100 years. Don't you see? Don't you see? It's a little guy. They can stop their gatekeeping because look, this group has done something amazing, and they want to believe that's so bad that this is convincing to them. This little guy. They're like, see? Alex Kaplan, the original tweeter in this saga, not in real life. He's quite young. He says this a lot in interviews. He'll be like, well, you know, the gatekeepers want to keep people out, and this whole thing just proves that, like, we should listen to everyone. Everyone's ideas are important.
That's in theory what science is, right?
Yeah. But, like, you know, at least in this case, we have all these gatekeepers trying to keep people out from the conversation. But if you can prove it, you know, then your results speak for themselves.
To me, the observer is that scientists decided, hey, this isn't worth investigating. This paper is nonsense. And it went viral on Twitter. So scientists were forced to respond. And within 2 weeks, they were able to say, see, we were right. If anything, this whole saga proves that, like, gatekeeping is good. Because why waste your time on this? You know not to. These scientists spent 25 years trying to manufacture a material, having no idea that the way they were making it was from an unbalanced chemical equation, which was just absolutely doping this thing with iron and copper. 25 years they spent on this. Science isn't gatekeeping by not letting these people publish their papers.
Oh my, what happened here?
Lena, perfect timing. Mr. Gumi, he took one look at our exam scores, completely short-circuited, and fell to the floor.
What should we do, Miss Valina? We are obviously not a threat to Mr. Gumi's academic reputation. What's with the big reaction?
Though you may be zero threat to Mr. Gumi academically, you are certainly more than capable of destroying his reputation as an educator. So honestly, fainting is completely understandable. He's in the middle of annual teaching evaluations after all. Now then, back to the matter at hand. From what I've heard, the Ethereal Combat Simulation Drill is one of Aurelia Academy's flagship courses. If a core course like this suddenly ends up with a high failure rate, just because the exam format changed, then yes, that's definitely something worth investigating.
Sounds like everyone just needs some time to get used to the new format. After all, VR simulated exams are bound to need some tuning.
I was thinking the same thing. Still, that little guy's known for being incredibly responsible. An outcome like this must really be a tough pill to swallow.
Unfortunately, you're not dreaming. Really me. The students already gave me a quick rundown on this simulated exam thing. The exam itself went well, but it was everyone's first time. It's no surprise the kids had a tough time adjusting. So don't be too hard on yourself.
This is a combat simulation course after all. Errors are bound to pop up, especially when your model is based purely on theoretical data. We could find someone with a lot of experience and calibrate it using actual combat data. The results would be way more reliable.
This idea is actually pretty interesting. Count me in. All right, let's start a new round of data collection. I'll dive right in as the test subject. The manager will handle the data and any necessary support. I am really looking forward to collaborating with you, manager.
Yeah, it's 23:01 already. So should go to sleep because I'm finally going to work tomorrow. Is there anything else that needs to be done? Like, that is not necessary. Runs to temple. It's fine. I don't need to do it. Let's see another thing. Let's launch everything else once and see what's left to be done.
It's just they don't know what they're doing and it's nonsense. There's no reason to publish that because it adds nothing to the scientific community. It pisses me off, you guys. I can't take this seriously. Nobody is gatekeeping you from doing science in your basement. Go ahead and do it. I mean, you have to take PPE seriously because like the materials and the chemicals and the lasers, like it can be dangerous to do science experiments, even stuff like this. But like, no one's stopping you. You're allowed to do it, but no one is going to take your results seriously in any way if you don't read the literature and know what's been done before. If you don't look at tables of minerals and realize the copper sulfide is a conductor. That's been known since the 1830s, nearly 200 years ago. Why would anyone need to look at your paper when you haven't even read a high school chemistry textbook? That's not gatekeeping. Look at the story we're in right now. I said every single scientist could clock this as not worth their time because this person obviously doesn't know what they're doing. And you could say, well, you're gatekeeping. You just think you're so fancy because you know basic chemistry. And like, yeah, I don't have to look at this. Let me tell you something crazy. Scientists are actually autonomous beings with free will. And they don't have to look at a paper just because someone wrote it and slapped it up on the archive. They can use their brains and their history and background and research and their experience touching chemicals and living in physics, and they can say, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. I am not going to waste my time reading it. Again, that's not gatekeeping. That's just being a human person with interests and goals. In real life, I think this is a fascinating little story, and it's a nice little package of like, someone suggested this idea, the most brilliant scientists from the best labs and best theory departments from all across the world in this field immediately poked a million holes in it, and they were like, told ya, great, that's fantastic. That's how science works. But should it? Guys, do you realize that for 2 weeks, the best physicists, theorists in condensed matter and chemical structure and material science stopped the real research they were doing to disprove a Twitter hype thread thing? Like, the mind boggles how much that would cost. Like, all of these people are experts. They have decades and decades of experience. How much would you have had to pay Professor Jane from Urbana-Champaign to look at your paper and be like, oh, I recognize that temperature? Thousands of dollars. The man is an expert. All of that knowledge is up here. He has worked in this field for decades and decades. And all of those people across the world paused what they were doing to look at a crackpot garbage paper they all knew was garbage from the jump. That sucks. That's a sad story. What a waste of time. What have we lost in the world because they did that?
Kingdoms are never choosy about their missions. My duty is to see them through.
You can count on me. I've done the job before.
DM. That's for certain. I need to do one thing.
Everyone lost 2 weeks of condensed matter research, guys. Everyone, all of us, we lost it so they could look at this paper because this guy on Twitter was like, it looks promising. This is the most important day of our lives, guys. And these people who call scientists gatekeepers, I'm so curious. Like, do you expect them to do that? Is that what you want? Every single time a crackpot paper makes it through the archive crackpot filter, which is like a lot, do you expect them to pause what they're doing? The research we're all paying for with our tax dollars, and also other countries paying for with their tax dollars. Do you want them to stop and be like, all right, I know it looks like this guy doesn't know basic algebra, but it's our duty as scientists to investigate. You never know. Like, no, that's insane. That's bonkers. This was a colossal waste of time. This is just, if we made the smartest people in the world do a basic chemistry, I mean, I'm sure they have fun. It seems like it was fun. But, like, what a waste of time. This sucks. Like, do you actually think if we test enough random crackpot papers without increment, eventually we'll just stumble upon a room temperature superconductor? And do you think that's better than the way it's done now? Listen, if room temperature superconductors just existed, Fox would have found one in the Cotswold mines in 1830, okay? It's just, I can't take these people seriously. They're saying things that don't make sense, which brings me to my next question, because why? This whole story, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. Why were they so excited in the first place? Okay, so season 9, episode 7 of the TV show Seinfeld is called The Slicer. I know, and I agree with the fact that Jerry Seinfeld is an evil monster. I know that, I get that, and yet, this 30-year-old reference is the only way I can explain the conundrum I find myself in. That's on me. And I will have to unpack that for myself at some later date, maybe in the style of Comedy Without Errors and some sort of 10-hour documentary on the life and times of evil man Jerry Seinfeld. But in this episode, Jerry is dating a doctor, and because he's a bad person, that's the plot of the show actually, that he sucks. He is annoyed that she takes pride in herself and her work and celebrates the fact that she is a medical doctor doing medical doctor things. She's like, she's a dermatologist, it's not like she's doing ER emergency surgery. And then George, also a terrible person, convinces him to go on one more date with her where he makes fun of her to help her realize, like, she's an idiot. She's not saving lives. I think he calls her Dr. Pimple Pop.
Stay back. It's just... I'll handle this part. Target confirmed. Pretty what? An opportunity served. Let me take over. Come on, let's fight. Get out! Don't get dragged into this. Go around and find out. Swing! Right now. I'll handle. I will. Shit change. Don't make me clean up. All right, take it over. Take this, if you can. Far from it. Stick to the. Just getting warm. Pretty rough sign for delivery. Let me take it. Time for the professionals to take. Come on, let's fight. Annoying. Silence. 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 No room for mistakes. me take over. Nowhere to run. Time for the professionals to take over. I can see you all. Now's the time. Stay back. I'll hit you back. You can far from it. Shift change. Don't make me. All right, taking over. Easy peasants. So much trouble. I must swing my claws. Lily, you're stuck here with me! Time for the... Sign for delivery. Pretty bold of you. No big deal. I don't offer discounts for follow-up services. Stay back. Time for the professionals to take over. All right, taking over. Stick to the plan. Stay back.
But in this episode, Jerry is dating a doctor, and because he's a bad person, that's the plot of the show actually, that he sucks. He is annoyed that she takes pride in herself and her work and celebrates the fact that she is a medical doctor doing medical doctor things. He's like, she's a dermatologist, it's not like she's doing ER emergency surgery. And then George, also a terrible person, convinces him to go on one more date with her where he makes fun of her to help her realize, like, she's an idiot, she's not saving lives. I think he calls her Dr. Pimplepop. And after Jerry goes on this big tirade, a man comes up And he's like, oh, I'm so excited to see you, doctor. You saved my life. Because he had skin cancer. Because she treats skin cancer. Because Jerry in the show forgot that skin cancer existed. And that's how I feel right now. What is the skin cancer for room temperature superconductors? What did they actually think was going to happen? Why were they so excited? Did they actually think, like, oh, some Korean team invented a room temperature superconductor. 12 weeks later, a man dressed like Mario is going to knock on your door and be like, hey, so we're going to replace all the copper wiring in your house with this new room temp superconductor material. It's going to cost $900,000, but you'll get free power. Like, is that what you're excited? It doesn't make any sense. Why are you excited? Why? Do you envision an actionable difference in your life in the short term because a room temperature superconductor exists? Am I being a weirdo right now? Am I wrong to be curious why these people got so hyped up for materials? I consider myself a science positive person. I understand how superconductors are used right now. I understand how a room temperature superconductor would make a lot of things like that easier. I don't envision any material that has to be manufactured that is new will ever replace fucking copper, which we've used for thousands of years, and it's just in the ground. Like, what did they think was gonna happen? Let's read Alex Kaplan's tweet again. Today might have seen the biggest physics discovery of my lifetime. I don't think people fully grasp the implications of ambient temperature pressure superconductors. Here's how it could totally change our lives. 1 billion kilowatt of electricity are wasted on transmission losses each year in the US alone. That's equivalent of 3 of our largest nuclear reactors running 24/7. Superconductivity enables lossless electricity transmission at high voltages and currents. According to the authors, LK99 material can be prepared in about 34 hours in an extremely basic lab. Nuclear fusion reactors rely on superconductors. Quantum computers use superconductors. Superconductors might be the best batteries out there. It's totally feasible. Your iPhone won't overheat when you play Subway Surfers with your YouTube video in the corner anymore. Here's a picture of the utopia. It's basically this. I cannot contain my excitement. Listen. I am not a professional manufacturer. There are engineers that design products. There are engineers that test products for like stress tests and longevity tests and temperature tests, There are companies that have to develop manufacturing lead times and factory times and like how you go based on like people and machines moving things from like here it is in the lab to here it is in an iPhone so you can play Subway Surfers. And I just don't imagine that happening in under a decade. Am I ignorant of something? These people are literally like, guys, the Koreans made this, which means next year we all have maglev trains and AI is real because we have room temperature quantum computers on our desks. Like, that's nonsense. The words they are saying are total science fiction. It doesn't make sense. Why? Why were they excited about this? Did they believe that? Did they believe it? And also, I live in the world. The government won't even let us have regular trains. You think they're suddenly going to build a bunch of magnet trains because it's physically possible? No, I don't think so. Do you think the power companies, which, burn the earth, are going to be like, oh, this is going to save our customers so much money. Can't wait to have lossless power. Surely we'll transfer some of that savings to the people paying. No. And again, in this instance, the paper they're so hyped about, this team has been working on this material for 25 years, and they're like, it's so easy to manufacture. It's crazy. It's going to change everything. And it's like, is it? Because why is it taking you 25 years? That doesn't make sense. It's just, this doesn't make sense to be excited about. It's like advertising that you are a mark for scams. When you say things like, guys, infinite power is happening, I don't get it. People are posting memes like this, and they're like excited. Like, guys, climate change is so over because we have LK99, and renewable. Have you been following the evolution of renewable technology and battery technology in the last 20 years? Like we have infinite power. We could get rid of our reliance on coal plants today if the government would make that happen. If you are excited about LK99, I would ask, do you have solar panels in your home? Because people with solar panels are paying like $8 a month for AC. We already have this. Are you as excited about solar power? I don't even know how to phrase this question because it does make me feel like a crazy person. Why are you excited Like, what about this gives you this? How are you envisioning that transition that makes you the most excited you've ever been, Alex Kaplan? Explain to me. Explain it. Explain this to me. How do you go from this to this? I don't get it. If you remember, I showed you that 1986 paper that won the two guys the Nobel Prize in Physics. From their Nobel speech, I would love to read to you. Since the publication on the existence of this new class of materials, the interest and work have far exceeded the expectations of the laureates, whose aim was to primarily show that oxides could do better in superconductivity than metals and alloys. Due to this frenzy, progress on the experimental side has been rapid and is expected to continue. This will also assist in finding new compounds with TCs reaching at least 130 Kelvin. Quantitative theoretical models are expected in the not-too-distant future, first perhaps phenomenological ones. On this rapidly growing tree of research, separate branches are becoming strong, such as glassy aspects, growth techniques for single crystals, epitaxial films, and preparation of ceramics, the latter two being of crucial importance for applications. The former will dominate the small current microelectronics field, while the latter will have to be mastered in the large current field. Here, the hopes are for energy transport in large magnetic field applications, for example, in beam bending and accelerators and plasma containment and fusion. See, that, I feel, is a very realistic, short-term excitement about giant scientific breakthroughs. What they just said would be very similar. Like, all of that did happen. But I mean, once you have a room temperature superconductor, you get to do it all again. It's very exciting. This is the short-term excitement, and I'm excited about that. I'm excited about, oh, look at all the new science coming out. Oh, look at how they're going to change how they grow crystals. All of that's very exciting. All of that is not infinite abundance, Star Trek, Kardashev, guys get it? Like, where are they getting this? And do they believe that? Science is incremental, actually. You have a room temperature superconductor, you would have a boom of interest in scientists studying it. I bet there would be a bunch of grant money put towards it in the short term. They would probably be studying its properties, trying to improve how it acts with like high voltages, because also there's a whole lot of science information I am not telling you just because I don't, this is already a very long video, but room temperature superconductors cannot just be like put in your cell phone circuit. It's not, you would have to you get it. I'm sure there are different videos going into detail on that, but there would be really short-term improvements in like MRI technology and nuclear reactor technology, right? I imagine if room temperature superconductors existed, MRI machines would be cheaper because you wouldn't have to cool them. Do you know what I mean? So maybe more people could get MRIs, and maybe more people getting MRIs would lead to like breakthroughs in medicine. And someone 30 years from now doing this job could make a video that was like, hey guys, you can trace this cure for pediatric brain tumors all the way back to room temperature superconductors, right? I believe that that's the type of thing that would happen, and I'm excited about that, but that doesn't make me get up at 3 a.m. to check Twitter feeds. You know? Am I just a buzzkill? So, like I said at the jump, if you're making videos on the internet and you want to get like an algorithm bump, an SEO boost, you have to talk about what the people are talking about, right? So if you make science videos on the internet, you probably, in the summer of 2023, made a video that looks a lot like this.
New research on a room temperature superconductor has the scientific community in a buzz, and for good reason. This will be one of the greatest breakthroughs in the history of physics. We're talking instant Nobel Prizes for the people involved.
So this guy is called 2-Bit Da Vinci, and I think that that's funny. He has 800,000 subscribers on YouTube, and he has a video that came out July 29th, 2023, and it is called Superconductor Breakthrough, Why It Matters, all caps. And this video has nearly 2 million views, and it's about 22 minutes long. How long is the video we're in right now? Have we reached an hour yet? Surely my time is being well spent making this video about a science story nobody cares about anymore. It's fine. It's so fine. He starts out with like, you gotta be skeptical, guys.
And the bigger the claim, the more we have to be skeptical. So what's really going on? Is it really legitimate? And what could this mean? Let's figure this out together. I'm Ricky.
He talks about the very similar breakthrough in 2020, which we've already talked about. That one was different. That guy got published in Nature. The physics community freaked out because you shouldn't get published if you faked your data, and his data was not replicable. So that was a bigger deal. If you ask a physicist about that room temperature superconductor story, they're going to think of that one first. Okay, So he brings that up in the video, and he's like, see, you gotta be skeptical because of stuff like this. And it's like, yeah, but this happens every 3 months on the archive, man. Whatever. Anyway, he makes the same video I just did, where he's like, here's what a conductor is. Here's what a superconductor is, you know? And then he does something I would not do, which is that he reports on the words in the LK99 paper as if they know what they're doing or they know what they're talking about.
But LK99 can work as high as 400 degrees Kelvin. That's 260 degrees Fahrenheit or 127 degrees Celsius. One thing I found interesting about this paper is that it explains superconductivity in a different way, yet it still works for other superconductors.
To me, when you do that, when you present a paper like this as if it is truth, it makes it seem like you were fooled by it and you didn't immediately clock it as nonsense. Do you believe what is written in this paper? Because I feel like it's worrisome that you do science communication if you saw this and you were like, wow, they're going to completely upend superconductor theory. That's not great. Then about 11 minutes in, he says this.
I honestly think this will spark a new wave of research, and before long, we'll have tens, if not hundreds, of new ambient superconductors for all sorts of applications.
And then he goes on to just talk about the plots, not mentioning that they're awful plots. As if also he didn't just say, guys, the world is going to be completely different in 4 months because of this paper. And then I think what's really funny about this video is around 15 minutes in, he plays the footage of the little magnet thing bouncing around, and he doesn't seem convinced. He's like, I'll let you be the judge.
And you can see that there's definitely something pushing up. But is it floating? I'll let you be the judge of that.
And it's like, okay, but 4 minutes ago you said the world would completely change, and then you see this and you're like, I don't know about that, so which is it? What is, like, this, like, this video is like, you gotta be skeptical. I believe this will change everything. They're gonna upend superconductor theory. And then it's like, but this magnet's not very convincing. And it's like, which is it, bro? Are you trying to educate, or are you just informing people of your opinions? What is this? And then he goes into the ingredients, which I think it's one of just the reasons people were so excited, which he also says in this video, is that the ingredients are easy to come by. According to the LK99 paper, it's easy to make in the lab, which is why a bunch of Twitter bros were able to do it. But the thing is like, that is not a reason to be excited, in my opinion. Like, yeah, if a room temperature superconductor was easy to make, that would be exciting. But from this paper, you know they've been working on this for 25 years. There's no way it's easier for them to make. They can't do it within a quarter of a century. Like to me, pointing out how easy the ingredients are to find points to it being fake rather than a reason to be excited. Do you know what I mean? And
Take a break. How tiresome.
then he says something which is very similar to all the Reddit threads.
Things we just don't know yet. But if these guys' claims are legit, which they seem to be, we'll know very soon.
Sir, what makes you think they seem to be legit? This video is July 29th, 7 days before the full 9 days. 9 days before the full debunk. I am asking you, as a professional science communicator, what you saw in this paper that made you think it was legit.
What a joke.
Who says that? Are you talking about these theory papers that came out? Because if you read those, you would see that those did not confirm in any way that this was a room temperature superconductor. So why are you saying that? Where did people get this? Everyone was like, you guys, there's replications already. Everyone's excited. No one was excited. I don't understand. And then he goes back to doing the video we're in now, where he's like, you know, trains and MRIs and nuclear reactors, you know. Almost like he read Alex Kaplan's tweets.
This is one of the most exciting papers I've read in recent memory.
Are you being for real, dude? Is this the only physics paper you've read recently? This is one of the most exciting? That is a damning statement to make. That is shocking that someone would say that after reading this paper. And this is kind of the issue with science communication at the moment. For me, personally, in my opinion. Like, you watch this video, he's like, you gotta be skeptical. But this is fucking amazing! Everything's gonna change in 4 months. This is the most exciting paper I've ever seen. And it's like, which is it? What do you mean? Are you intending to educate or inform? Because if you were educated on this topic, you would have clocked this as nonsense immediately. Or are you making a video to get an algorithm push because you know this is gonna give you like 2 million views? The people claiming to like educate and inform on the internet don't know anything more than the Twitter boys. That's bad, right? So this channel did a follow-up in November of 2025. He spends the first few minutes of this video trying to answer the question I'm trying to answer in this video right now. Why did this happen?
We covered it and millions of you watched. But the scientific community came together and LK99 wasn't it. So why did LK99 go supernova viral? Well,
never once in this video does he analyze his role in this. Like, sir, you're in a video right now that has 60,000 views saying, I wonder why this got so much hype. That was crazy, right? And in it, you reference the video you filmed years prior that has 2 million views where you're like, this is the most exciting physics paper I've ever read in my life. What a question.
Yeah, come on! Whoever did this, just confess! We promise we won't be mad!
And then he goes through the debunk we just did together. Same video, it's so fine. And then he talks about how something exciting about AI is going to be how it changes material science. And he's referring to like actual scientific machine learning tools, not like garbage chat boxes. Like that's a real thing. I just think it's weird that never once does he claim a little responsibility for the incorrect hype. Like never once did he say, man, I probably shouldn't say.
All right.